Hello, everyone.
We have news out of the...
There is plastic fumigated tofu that is quietly feeding and poisoning entire cities. And I'm not being sensationalist, because in this video, I'm going to prove it to you. We're visiting the global epicenter of toxic tofu, Surabaya. And here we'll see village after village that have giant industries producing industrial quantities of toxified tofu. Spoiler alert, it involves burning a lot of plastic. And we're going to be following it from just the raw curd through to the final crispy fried blocks.
Straight off the heat. It's really good.
And taking a look into the science that has been done in these areas and see why this is very likely to be a real bad idea with some pretty serious consequences. And then finally, we'll do what we probably shouldn't and take a bite of this stuff like millions do here on the side of the streets and see just why, despite...
What do I think of Doom the Dark Ages? It's not worth playing, and I refunded it. It's far worse than Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal. It literally feels like they released an alpha build of a game that was not balanced or had any real work done on it. Most of the weapons in the game are either pointless or redundant. There's no, like, quick switching weapons. Basically, all you do the entire game is spam parry and melee attacks over and over again, and you'll only ever use one or two weapons. It's not... Like, the gameplay loop is a huge, massive downgrade, and it's, like, fundamentally broken. It just doesn't feel like the game should be made like this. It literally feels like, again, like an alpha build or some, like, experimental build of the game to see, like, how some of the core gameplay things will function. Feels extremely, like, unfinished. There's also practically no story. In Doom Eternal, there was a clear, coherent narrative where it's, you know, you start with the Doom guy in his Doom not castle, but space castle thing. And then, like, you know what you're doing. And, like, there's a cutscene showing you where he's going, what he's doing next, what all the... Like, it actually has a story. Like, you know why you're doing something, why you're here, where you're gonna go next, because, like, there's a clear, coherent narrative. In Doom the Dark Ages, it's just a bunch of random levels and random cutscenes that have practically nothing to do with each other. So there's, like, no reason to play the game. It's far worse than Doom Eternal. It's genuinely boring and tedious and exhausting in a lot of areas because, again, you just, like, spam the same attack over and over again. And there's no story. So the motivation to keep playing is, like, practically zero.
Knowing exactly where this comes from, that people ignore it, and why it's very unlikely to change. Let's roll.
Nah, still haven't played Oblivion Remaster.
Indonesia eats a lot of tofu, but especially here in the east of Java, in Surabaya and the surrounding area. It is Indonesia's second largest city, and you will find it everywhere. Fried, grilled, in soups, in snacks, it is a staple. And the supply chain starts in these tofu villages that surround the city's fringes.
You can sort of see the smokestacks as you walk through the village.
Just these huge plumes of black smoke rising out of chimneys across.
What the fuck, you're on already, but it's only 6:00 clock. Usually you start at 8.
Yeah, that's true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Across the villages. Thick, greasy smoke. It swirls in the heat and it looks like the village is full of tiny coal plantations, not food factories.
Guys, these factories behind me are making one of the most eaten foods here in Indonesia. Tofu.
Here's the core issue. Making tofu at this scale requires a lot of heat. Massive boilers running non-stop, huge woks to deep fry the product. And to keep the costs down, they rely on whatever is cheapest.
What is this? This is coconut? Or no, that's the trash as well.
The trash.
Local plastic. Here in and around Surabaya, actually, they have a relatively efficient plastic
Why
industry.
start so early today, VG?
I had an afternoon nap and I woke up at like 5, so now I'm streaming. Giggity. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Like, it is used for everything, and anything that does have a purpose other than burning will likely be used for that purpose. And as I've heard from the owner, they use a mix here of wood, coconut, which you maybe see on top of the burner.
But the most reliable and consistent fuel is plastic waste. They feed these boilers and these deep fryers with it all day long.
One thing that is kind of nuts to me is just like the amount of fuel that is required to keep this tofu factory going.
Yeah, I refunded Doom.
That boiler, I mean, it really is just like an old school steam train. Like, the thing is absolutely massive. It has 2 guys just rotating full time, loading up these coconut husks and bags of plastic, and it rolls all day long. And this entire village is filled with them. There are 56 factories, I believe they said, that are just filled with trash burners. Absolutely wild. And look, I don't love to take
React to this.
This shit this morning. My first thought was, if this video gets in the wrong hands, they gonna fuck around and bring Jim Crow laws back. God damn. Alright, hold on. We about to run it back because I got like a million questions. First and foremost, who the hell sanctioned this event? Secondly, I know those is yarmulkes, but how the hell they keep them on their head? Y'all seen that Disney movie with the Maccabees? In the movie they won, but unfortunately this real life. This the moment that bro decided he was gonna be a lacrosse player. Little Connor's not even close. I know his parents pissed, sent him to a
An all-Jewish basketball team versus an actual basketball team. Why did they even bother trying? Well, thanks for the donation, Mr. Krabs. Appreciate it.
arguments on the climate change side of things. I do think it's a little bit of a cult at this point, but
Probably play Contra
let
later.
me tell you, going for those plastic straws, I don't think it's going to make a difference, guys. I really don't.
All these factories run in a pretty similar manner. At their core is a giant boiler. That boiler feeds steam through metal pipes
No, I'm not
across
gonna
the
play
entire
Kingdom Come
space,
Deliverance.
and it
That game
connects to
sucks.
each individual workstation.
The boiler ends back there, and you have this one line that runs the entire length of the factory. So this factory seems to be set up very differently from any other tofu factory I have seen before. It's sort of like each person is running their own individual station, and they are going to do 90% of the steps to take the bean, curd, juice, somebody correct me in the comments, through to the complete white tofu.
These workstations consist of 3 concrete vats.
The first one is like a pure boiler. This is where all of the tofu is going to get loaded and steamed up. They have a fresh water tub right next to it. And then a third one, which is where they're going to do most of the kind of coagulation and draining. Let's see each step broken down.
First, the soybeans are soaked and then ground into a thick paste. The paste gets dumped into a boiling vat and brought to a rapid simmer by that live steam pipe. They're basically giant steam wands frothing up industrial-sized lattes.
Honestly, I can see why all these guys are shirtless. It is absolutely cooking in here, just the heat, the steam under this sort of asbestos roofing. And man, I wish I could rip my shirt off right now as well. This is wild.
Once it's boiled, they either scoop the milk or just straight pump it through one of these cheesecloth hammocks that are hanging above the curdling vat. Workers then swirl it around in this circular motion, forcing the thinner liquid through the cloth, while the solid stuff stays trapped. Eventually, they wring it tight, twisting it like laundry.
What he has balled up right there, that's waste.
And they're left with this puck of soybean pulp.
That remaining solids from the tofu is often turned into a kind of tempeh, but they also apparently is just kind of given to animals. So it's sort of a waste product.
Yes, this is for human, and then this is for the cow, and then the what? Oh, pig too. Yes.
But back to the tofu.
So in these blue drums, in between these sort of stations, is the coagulant. We're going to pump a certain amount of that in with the sort of strained tofu liquid, and now we wait.
The strained milk gets coagulant added. It's scooped from these large blue barrels that are placed next to each of the stations.
You should now be able to see, once the tofu has really started coagulating, they're able to just skim off any of the froth that's remaining on top, and you really see quite quickly the separation of the tofu and just the water that's remaining within the coagulation drum.
King of Jews, have you heard of Kanye West's news it anti-Semitic song Hail Hitler?
Yes, I have. I'm not watching it again. Stop fucking asking me about that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
So this tofu is already starting to really separate. You can start to see a watery surface on there, and underneath it is the sort of solidifying tofu.
They remove as much water as possible, and then the curdled tofu mixture is poured into these presses that are lined with cheesecloth. They wrap it up, stack them, and they do this over and over until they have a batch of around 9 molds. The weight from each of these presses forces out the liquid, which just gushes across these tiled channels on the floor.
You can sort of see the rotating nature of this production. This guy is scooping out the coagulated tofu into the presses, and at the same time he's already preparing his next batch for boil. So again, they really do just, there's no waste of time here. It's not like they finish one batch completely and then start the next one up. As soon as one of the vats is free, it's getting utilized right away for the next batch. One batch after the other, endlessly.
And the working conditions here are, they're intense. The floor is soaked and slippery. There is steam everywhere. The sun just beats through the busted asbestos roofing, and the air is this humid mix of soy, sweat, cigarette, and plastic.
Oh, you have? Well, great news then. The official music video was taken down by YouTube.
Well, that's good. I hate Kanye West, and I don't want him to live very long. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Smoke.
It's remarkable how much these places remind me of Dobby Gat's, the laundry slum in Mumbai. I don't know what it is. I think it's like the steam, the heat, the wetness, all this moisture everywhere. Just that same kind of vibe.
Once the tofu is fully pressed, it's cut using barbecue grates as a template, and from there it's either dumped into these brine tanks and sent off to the market where it can be sold fresh, or it's headed to the fryers. And these deep fryers are where things get even more intense.
I've kind of become numb to it. You just have this yet another giant workshop. Here we have all of the tofu makers cranking along with their stations. We have 2 giant trash boilers here, and then behind me, the sort of final step, the deep fryers.
In each factory, there's a whole section devoted to the fry. Rows of oversized woks bubbling away with oil. The air is just thick with smoke. There's no fuel here, no wood. It's not gas. It is heaps of burning plastic. Right there, fed directly to the flame.
Yeah, you know, poor people are really fucking stupid. It's no wonder they have more health problems than rich people. Like, it's probably for the most part because they're fucking dumb. Like, rich people can spend more money on healthcare and shit, but I mean, when all these people are burning plastic garbage and then inhaling those fumes day in, day out, I mean, you're just dumb.
Let me tell you guys, like, you instantly know you are in one of these villages. Like, there's no hiding it. It's got that tinge, you know, that horrible smell when you start burning plastic, that just in your gut, you know it's wrong. Something's going on. You ain't supposed to be breathing this air. That is the smell of these entire villages.
The air is just thick with this black smoke, and the smell of burning plastic is everywhere. And it mixes with the grease and the frying oil, and it kind of just sticks to your skin. And still, weirdly enough, I can kind of understand how these locals get used to it. After 30 minutes or so, it just sort of fades into the background. But the truth is that this stuff is not harmless. A 2019 study looked into the effects of plastic fuel on Indonesia's food supply chain, and it focused on eggs laid by free-range chickens living near tofu factories. And the results were kind of insane. These eggs had the second highest dioxin levels ever recorded in Asia. They were second only to post-war Vietnam, where
Grey Knight Donatello's Joe Rogan talked about that Kanye song, and he thinks that he was trying to make a point like the conspiracy theory tard he is.
Speaking of the Jews, have you seen fucking Kanye's new song? Bro.
What is
What?
Here's the thing.
What?
My
First of all,
Yeah.
kind of catchy. But this is also the bad part. It's like the fucking song has so many millions of hits
Yeah.
on Twitter. It's been banned from every platform.
Yeah.
But is it good to ban things from platforms, or is it better to let it be out there
I see
and
what you're
let
saying.
people
Yeah.
talk about it? Because if you ban it, then people want to hear it more.
That's true.
And then it becomes more popular, and then it kind of supports what he says, which is that there's this concerted effort, if you talk about Jewish people, that they're going to remove you from everything, remove you from
Right.
banking, which is what he's saying. They run everything. So if they didn't, like if it was just you were talking shit about Puerto Ricans, look what happened to Tony. Nothing.
Yeah.
He's doing great.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like if there's certain people that you're allowed to pick on and make jokes about.
Well, that's nice and retarded. Imagine using, like, that kind of rationalization for anything else. Oh, well, why should we ban child porn from all these platforms? Because it's gonna make you want to watch child porn more. And then everyone's going to start watching child porn, and then it's going to become normalized, which is the opposite of what you want to do. So just let anybody post child porn wherever they want, and then, you know, it'll at least be better. Like, it's just stupid. Like, yeah, let's just come up with the dumbest fucking reasoning possible to, like, help spread this fucking asshole, saying, oh, Heil Hitler, anti-Semitism's great. Ugh. Fuck Joe Rogan. Fuck Kanye West. Thanks, Grey Knight.
It's a shame such scumbags like Kanye will most likely live long happy lives though.
I wouldn't say Kanye West is happy. You have to be kind of a miserable, angry person to do the shit he's doing. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Where the soil had been poisoned by the famous Agent Orange.
What they said was insecticide to kill the mosquitoes here and so that people wouldn't get malaria. But it turned out to be Agent Orange, the dioxins.
That same one that caused all those birth defects and cancers and just generational trauma across Vietnam that still affects the country today. Studies have linked exposure to dioxins with all kinds of health issues. Cancers, heart disease, diabetes, messed up hormones. It is a long and really ugly list. Let's put this in perspective again. Eating just one egg from these areas would expose an adult to 70 times the European food.
Did you see that Sv3rige got his old channel back?
Yo, what's up guys? Long time no see.
YouTube does not care about like applying its terms of service. Again, they banned me for no reason, and I had to go through an MCN to get my channel back. And then this guy who has been proven to have been part of a fucking murder, who promotes child porn, just gets given his channel back even though he's been committing ban evasion for the last 2 years?
I didn't think that I would ever be making a video on this channel again. You're probably wondering what's going on. 2 months ago, approximately, I logged into this email because I was checking my email something, and I clicked on this channel, Sv3rige, and it said that I can appeal it. And it was banned around 2.5 years ago. In September it should be 3 years. And of course I thought, why wouldn't I? And then people were commenting today saying that the channel is back. When I wrote this appeal, I did somehow believe that it's gonna work. I actually thought that what I'm writing is gonna get through to somebody, because I never broke any community guidelines, as you know. I never had one strike on this channel, but from one day to the other, it was just banned. And I never got a reason as to why, making me think that maybe somebody at YouTube just didn't like my videos, and somehow they just managed to ban me, and then maybe he doesn't work there anymore, or she, and now somebody else actually looked at my channel and realized that there was nothing wrong on here, nothing that goes against the guidelines. I understand that people find my content offensive. There's a lot of controversial topics, but it doesn't go against the guidelines. Whoever looked at my channel again must have understood that at last. This is the email that I got. We have reviewed your appeal for the following channel. After taking another look, we can confirm that your channel does not violate our community guidelines. Thanks for your patience while we reviewed this appeal. It did take a long time. They really actually looked at it. Our goal is to make sure content doesn't violate our community. This is what started it all. This channel probably saved the lives of at least hundreds of thousands of people, because
No, absolutely not.
the ex-vegan interviews made people quit veganism. The Epitome of Malnourishment series, those are also back. I had re-uploaded them on Rumble, but Rumble doesn't get that much traffic. And now, if there's some vegans left, I know that there's not many left now, they could still see the epitome of appeal to people, which all, so it's...
Well, that's nice and retarded. Thanks for the donation, Caesar Neptune.
Food safety authorities' tolerable daily intake for dioxins. And it doesn't stop there. The eggs are filled with other plastic-derived chemicals, SCCPs, PBDEs, FPOSs. I don't even know what any of that stuff means. But what I do know is I don't want it in my food.
You know, I'm not gonna lie, I do find there to be like at least a little bit of a contradiction in terms like these guys, they will not use Argentinian, Vietnamese, or even Indonesian soybeans because of the lack of quality. But no one's really afraid of the copious amounts of plastic that's getting into their foods. I don't know, humans have weird norms.
As with the tofu making process, there's one...
Sup, Richard? When and why did you decide to tell everyone thank you after a donation? I like it. Just curious.
Well, when people give me money, I say thank you, so that's why. Thanks for the donation, Sv3rige.
person for each state.
What is Sv3rige still doing here on YouTube?
I don't know, man. It's almost as if, you know, things and such. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
The deep frying is done by the women. The tofu arrives in those brine buckets, ready to be fried. And in the corner of every room is just a mountain of trash. This is, of course, the fuel. It's offcuts from the factories, unrecyclable plastics, wrappers, packaging, and it all gets scooped up by hand and fed into the burning fire beneath the oil. The tofu is then dropped in, handful by handful, until it becomes just this golden brown. Eventually, it's scooped out with a strainer that is universally made of the front half of a standing fan.
Guys, this is why children in Asia have no fingers. Every front of a fan is always used for some kind of innovative thing. Usually I see them as grills, but tofu scoop, love it.
And it's laid out to cool, sorted by size, bagged, and that's pretty much it.
Thank you. All right.
And honestly, I thought that the tofu making was the rough part, but this is even more unbearable. The heat next to each of these deep frying burners just hits you like a punch, and the whole room reeks of melted plastic. It is humid as hell, and these women, they're grinding. That is hard, hard work.
Okay, I'm getting told I should try one of these. And so this is like this big, I don't know, square piece of tofu. Maybe it's a little bit different from these sort of longer pieces. It's less warm. It has almost like a donut-like texture. I think we're really getting in the way here. It's just really good. It has kind of like this crunchy outside, that almost rubbery like skin, and then this fluffy interior. Again, I don't know why there's so many tofu haters out there. To me, that is every bit as good as like a fried donut, but with a lot more protein packed within it. You don't get any of the kind of more dodgy smells from this area. I think anybody would like that. I'm interested in seeing how they really prepare it from here, because I think this is the base of like a pretty tremendous Indonesian dish.
And incredibly, from everything that I've found, no one's ever really tested the tofu itself, which is just kind of wild to me. I mean, I'm not an expert.
Guys, I'm eating too much of this at this point. But I'm telling you, at least here, maybe I'm just used to the smell. But straight off the heat, it's really good.
But if tofu is being deep fried directly over open plastic flames with no filtration, that feels like a pretty direct route for contamination, more so than just some chicken who happened to be walking around nearby. And the scale of it, to me, is also what's most shocking. In just 2 days, I visited maybe 30 tofu factories. And while some did use wood for the initial boilers,
Mister,
No plastic.
no.
Yeah.
that was a rarity. And every single one deep fried their tofu over burnt plastic flames. Just open fires pumping out black smoke right into the workspace and into the tofu. And I think it's pretty safe to assume that this is how all tofu and deep fried tofu is being made in and around the Sv3rige area.
I've got to admit, like, you can't taste the plastic until you get out of the factory. It's so weird. You know what I mean? Like, there's so much of it in there that it's just like, takes over your sense of smell.
And it's the second biggest city in Indonesia. It's home to more than 3 million people in the city itself and more than 10 in the surrounding area. It's not just some fringe operation, it's feeding a massive population with one of its staple foods. But there's zero demand from consumers in Sv3rige for a cleaner product. And from the producer's side,
there is a lot of difference between the plastic and the coconut. Like the plastic, they can come every day, frequently. Like, you know, we just celebrate our Hari Raya, yeah, and Sv3rige at Ramadan.
Yeah.
Ramadan, and the price of coconut just become high in price, very, very high.
What about wood? How much is wood compared to plastic?
Wood is the same thing as coconut. They just cannot come frequently because of, like, you know, the stock of the wood is not as much as plastic.
It's just not as reliable even.
Still, you know.
they can stay alive. It doesn't seem like an unfixable problem to me. Some of the factories that use dedicated wood burners told me that they are actually more efficient than plastic burners. They just require more capital upfront to construct.
CDG donated $2. Hey Richard, how are you today? Also, dude, did you see this in your chat right now? Joe didn't use all caps for the first time I have ever seen. Can you show on stream as well? Everyone needs to know this. Yeah, I see that. That's good. Thanks for the donation, CDG. Fuck.
Could help here.
So it's interesting, guys, there is that one factory that uses wood. I've got to admit, by comparison, like pretty professional. Latif was just telling me that they were saying like they have the far more efficient, sort of maybe slightly more modern boilers, and therefore like it's actually more cost efficient for them to use wood. Just more of a capital outlay up front. And you can see it right away, like their smokestack, it just has absolutely no smoke, no black.
Then surely there's a way to subsidize a fuel for these deep.
Tofu, keep doing your thing.
Well, poor people are pretty stupid. So.
The House of Representatives. This is Trump getting hit with something that he definitely doesn't want to be dealing with again. And it is new articles of impeachment. Now, I know, I've gone back and forth many times. Is this something that's worth putting time into or not? Is it performative? Is it merely performative? Is it performative but for a reason? And is it okay to pair performance with action? We're going to get to that. Representative Sv3rige introduced 7 articles of impeachment, citing obstruction of justice, bribery, corruption, straight-up authoritarian overreach. It is not merely a symbolic gesture because these were introduced as privileged resolutions. This means Congress has to act. Within 2 days, Republicans have to either vote on it or go on record saying we're going to kill it. So I want to analyze this for what it is. I'm calling it like a temperature check. Hear me out and then please write to me and tell me what you think. This is an opportunity to put every single Democrat on record. No hiding. If you vote and get against impeachment now, Are you putting politics over country? Because Trump is facing more scandals than ever. More recently, taking a $400 million plane from Qatar, but floating the suspension of habeas corpus while actively ignoring legal court orders and denying individuals.
Now the young turds are defending Tucker Carlson because he defends Palestine.
As someone who's always liked Douglas and known him for a while, my first instinct was, wow, he just destroyed his career. Like, he's done.
I don't think Douglas Murray destroyed his career. I think he destroyed his reputation.
Sam Harris has been...
I can't be fucked, Dodo. The Young Turks are just grifting hacks. They don't do journalism. They just upload horseshit. They literally are incapable of covering the news. It's a propaganda website for whatever stupid nonsense they believe in. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. CDG donators, so how are you doing though? I put 750 grams of pinto beans in a bowl to soak. I'm gonna cook them tomorrow. Cheap food, dude, did you know 80 calories of pinto beans has 12 grams of fiber? Which means it's about 67% fiber calories. Can you say farts? Well, that's nice. Hope you enjoy your pinto beans. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Entitled to due process, denying them that due process. Threatening mass arrests of political enemies. Still under investigation for everything under the sun. In his first 10 days, I found...
Does this mean you're done with the young turds now?
Like, the only time we ever watch them is to just watch them ironically and just have them talking about stupid nonsense. So we've sort of been done with the Young Turks. We don't ever actually watch them. We just watch them ironically to watch them say something dumb. But yeah, dude, especially when they do something just out of this world stupid, like defend Tucker Carlson supporting anti-Semitism, the known white supremacist, because, oh, he also hates Jews, just like us. Like, I can't be fucked. I can't, like, bother to spend a second watching that horse shit. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
3 impeachable actions by Donald Trump. It's now been about 110 days. But as soon as this was announced, we started hearing takes like, this is a stunt, we need real solutions, this makes us look like unhinged leftists. But you know what also made people look crazy? Not doing anything in 2016, in 2017, in 2018, while Trump blew through every norm, and a lot of people said, he's going to get bored, it's not going to be that bad. Now, you can't just do this sort of thing. Democrats need solutions. Now, there was a time when Democrats did run on, we have solutions for housing. We hear from some Democrats, here's how we should regulate AI. Here's how we should deal with the national budget. And there are solutions that are available. Voters in November chose the convicted felon with no functional ideas. Okay. So number one, I think it's important to stop pretending that the people who voted Trump are hungry for serious policy proposals, because if they were hungry for that, they never would have voted Trump in the first place. And I don't know that serious policy proposals from Democrats are going to be what turns it around. They want someone who punches, they want someone who breaks things and will wreck the system on their behalf. Another response to this impeachment article filing has been Democrats don't need to file for impeachment. Democrats.
Would you replace all human babies with cats? At least if I had assurance that the cats would be fed a vegan diet. Even then, I might just go ahead and replace all human beings. Human babies with cats anyway. Cats are much better than people. You know, I just can't see myself ever under any circumstances ever hurting a cat. If somebody held a gun to my head and said, if you don't, like, kill this cat, I'm gonna blow your brains out, I'd be like, okay, kill me. But if somebody, like, held a gun to my head and told me to, like, kill a child, I'd be like, okay, yeah, sure, I'll kill the child. Bang, easy. I could never, ever kill a cat. I just love cats. Like, the things I do for cats is kind of crazy. If I saw, like, a cat, you know, in a burning building, I would jump into that burning building to save the cat. But if I saw, like, children in a building, I just let the children burn. Apparently burning bodies smell a lot like barbecue. But I could never, ever in my life, ever bring harm to a cat. I just love cats so goddamn much. They're so nice and cuddly and soft, and they're so adorable, and they make meow sounds. And when you pet them, they start purring, and they're so silly, and they run around and whack at things. Cats are great. Which toys do you use to play with your cat? Any vegan cat toys you recommend? Yeah, I order hay for the rabbits, and it comes in these large cardboard boxes, and I just stack cardboard boxes, and cats really like playing with cardboard boxes. I also have some, like, fuzzy, like, balls and stuff that I throw around. Gummy will actually play fetch with you. It's pretty funny. And there's random stuff that he just likes to whack at, like shoestrings. When I'm wearing my my lifting straps, he likes to whack at the lifting straps, so I'll just get my lifting straps and, you know, flop them in front of him, and then he likes whacking at that too.
Agreed VG, I would rather save a cat than a human of any kind.
Yeah. Even if the person's white, I'd just sacrifice a human to save a cat. I don't care what race, creed, or religion you are, I will save cat over person. People aren't even people, only cats are people. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Democrats need their own version of Project 2025. Now, that I think is a very risky and dangerous territory to get into.
What do I think of Oblivion Remaster? Looks fine. A lot of people are complaining that it's just a, you know, it's pre-made assets in Unreal 5, but I mean, like, yeah. It's still better than the original Oblivion, so I don't know why anybody's complaining. Like, at least from a visual standpoint. Playing Oblivion this day and age with the graphics the way they are, it's kind of rough. And so far, that's been the best Elder Scrolls game yet. So I'll probably get it eventually.
Because Project 2025 is a plan.
Because animals are human and humans are demons.
Well, you ever played Doom?
And to turn the US.
The demons literally are just mutated humans. So, yeah. If Doom lore is real, then that is literally true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dude. The fuck? It's like a weird Triceratops demon. Yeah, I should probably play that. Yeah, I refunded Doom the Dark Ages last night, and I literally got my money the next morning. That was very quick. Usually it takes like a week for them to give me my money back, but I got my money back literally a few hours later. It's pretty sweet. Grey Knight donated $2. Let me see. Why are there so many fucking pick-me Jews? Bro, like, I wonder if this is a more common phenomena than we realize. Do you think there was, like, ever a point during, you know, the civil rights era, you know, in the 1960s with Martin Luther King and shit, where there were like some pick-me black people who would like protest Martin Luther King and be like, I stand with whites. Martin Luther King is a troublemaker. Black people are a fucking problem and they can't vote. Like, I wonder if there are any black people who are like that, who are just pick-me's. Because, like, my god, the amount of fucking pick-me Jews is just out of this fucking world. Like, I know people like Tommy Sotomayor exist. Like, they've literally said, unironically, that black people should have stayed slaves. So, I know it happens, but I don't know if, like, there have ever been any other, civil rights issues with any other racial groups where there's like this many fucking pick-me's. Well, yeah, I've heard of Uncle Tom's, but Uncle Tom is a different phenomena than like these pick-me fucking Jews. Uncle Tom's are more like silent and complacent. And the Uncle Tom thing is sort of like like a black dude just being part of white culture. It's not literally saying, oh, blacks are evil, they should have stayed slaves, down with like Africa or something like that. Like, that's literally what these pick-me Jews are doing. Like, oh, kill all the Jews, death to Israel, Israel's committing a genocide. Like, it's fucking bizarre how you have people who are part of this ethno-religious group who are advocating for its destruction. Well, I don't know if that'll help increase his ice cream sales. Dodo donated $2. I thought Allah was gay. Muslim children don't like the rainbow flag, but doesn't Allah love a
Currently at the protest, we got a bunch of young kids here with their Arab parents, and they are stomping the pride flag here at the protest. The Arab community is sending a message, I believe, to the woke that they are not...
You know what I'd do? I'd go there with a big poster of the Prophet Muhammad and start chanting Prophet Muhammad was a child rapist.
Not accepting of this, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. Yes. Any message you'd like to send today? To just
kids alone.
Leave your kids alone. What?
Daddy, walk up.
Yes. Leave the kids alone, she said.
Cultural enrichment.
If you've never made fried rice in an air fryer, this is your sign to try making this air-fried Din Tai Fung style egg fried rice with a tempeh chop. Welcome to 20 days of high-protein Asian recipes, and on day 14, we're making this high-protein fried rice with 36 grams of protein and 13 grams of fiber. Not gonna lie, this is one of the easiest recipes you'll ever make. Start by combining your spices, mushroom seasoning, soy sauce, cooking wine, sweetener, cornstarch, and mix that well. Marinate your tempeh and air fry for about 7 minutes, then chop them up. I didn't really use oil in this recipe, but you can always spray some olive oil. Then make your vegan egg with crumbled tofu, garlic and onion powder, black salt, nutritional yeast.
How did she cook that in the air fryer without the marinade burning?
Mix that well. Don't forget some turmeric for color. Air fry for a few minutes, then add in leftover rice, white part of scallions, garlic, soy sauce, sesame oil, mushroom seasoning, white pepper, and air fry that for another few minutes. Enjoy and follow for more high-protein Asian recipes. If you've never made fried rice,
Zelensky, who earlier had wanted a truce, a 30-day ceasefire as a condition of the talks, responded immediately. So again.
Well, we already reacted to that one yesterday. Yeah, it's funny how Ben Shapiro's turning on Trump.
$68,000 people a year die because they don't get to a doctor when they should. Is healthcare a human right? Will you work with us to guarantee healthcare to every man, woman, and child in America?
Well, I think you're asking two different questions. You're asking a philosophical question about whether it is a human right, like a constitutional right. As an attorney, I would say that it's not a right of a kind that we otherwise enshrine in the Constitution, because healthcare costs your neighbor money. If I smoke cigarettes for 20 years, I make that choice, which is my choice.
I don't mean to,
That is the worst argument imaginable against universal healthcare. Regardless of what other people do, you still personally pay less for healthcare if it's covered through taxes. So who cares? Yeah, your neighbor might be a fat fuck who smokes and like has diabetes and may have way higher healthcare expenditures compared to you. But when healthcare is funded socially, everyone pays less money than they otherwise would privately. So who cares? It doesn't matter.
I don't have a lot of time, so But I am here.
If you're asking me a philosophical question, I gotta, give you a thoughtful answer.
Within 30 seconds.
Yeah.
It's a problem.
So, it's not like freedom of speech, which costs, everybody.
But every other country, Mr. Secretary, every other country guarantees health care to all people as a right. Should we, as Americans?
The objective is to get Americans the level of health care that they want, the choice which Americans want.
They don't want the choice to be uninsured.
Well, but
they don't want the choice to die because they don't get to a doctor on time.
Americans prefer private insurance to other insurance sources.
They don't. They've just been gaslit into thinking that's the best option. They don't.
In Dimension 4...
Dude, like, literally everyone who's ever moved to a country with socialized healthcare, they prefer it over private healthcare. It's retarded. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donates
Do it
$12.
then. Go to Toronto during a pro-Palestine protest and mock Allah, wear a GoPro and film it all. It would give you a lot of views.
Yeah, I was thinking of doing that. I'm gonna get a bulletproof vest or a stab vest for when I do that. Thanks for the donation, CDG. Dodo, donate $2. They're called Black Trump supporters. I don't know if that quite fits the description, but I mean, sort of. I wouldn't say they're pick-me's, though. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Would you kill a cat who's about to murder a chicken, or any sentient herbivorous animal, or just stand by and witness this rights violations? Remember Ravi's lion killing the zebra debate.
That would absolutely break my heart. But, yeah, I mean, if I had a sniper and, like, from a mile away, I could see a cat, like, about to kill a chicken, and the only way to stop the cat from killing the chicken was to, like, snipe the cat, I guess I'd kill the cat in that circumstance, because I also love chickens, but, that would absolutely break my heart. I wouldn't care as much if it was a lion or a tiger, but like house cats, oh, that would just fucking break my heart. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Fuzz donated $2.
Big roar Simba.
Oh.
Boop.
Oh my goodness, he gets boops.
Hi,
Oh, I love this cat. Oh my god, look at that leopard.
buddy.
Look at his paws. Oh my god.
What are you
He looks so much like Gummy.
doing?
Oh my
You're so
god.
beautiful, Vati. Look at that beautiful
Oh my
girl.
goodness.
I guess that's a spot.
Dude, I wish lions and tigers and leopards weren't like dangerous. I wish they were as like docile as house cats, because oh my god, having a gigantic fucking cat like that would be amazing.
Uh-huh. I guess that's the
Oh my
spot.
goodness. Oh, I want to rub a leopard tummy. Oh my god. Oh, Caracal. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. They purr just like kitties. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh wow.
That scare you?
Oh my goodness. Dude, their paws are so fucking huge. Oh my god. Oh! Look at the snow leopard baby. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Why don't they stay babies?
It's all over your face. Go get it, Benta.
Dude, Gummy looks like this. Gummy is so fucking, like, thick. He has the same proportions as these big jaguars. He's the biggest, thickest cat I've ever fucking seen. Like, if you just see like his neck and the back of his head, he's just this big-headed, thick-ass cat with huge fucking paws.
Big roar, Simba.
That's amazing. Thanks for the donation, Fuzz.
Lol. If you actually pull that Islamophobic stunt at a protest, maybe you'll get an invite from Piers Morgan or something.
Wouldn't surprise me. I can guarantee you there'd almost certainly be someone from the crowd who'd try to attack me. Almost certainly. There's always at least one crazy Muslim that's willing to do it. Just because I'm so much bigger than a lot of other people, they may not actually full on attack me and just like try to scream in my face or something because they know I can pick them up and like just drop them on their head. But there was actually a guy at that Palestine protest when I was wearing the Death to Hamas shirt who was clearly thinking of stabbing me. He kept checking his pocket. He had a knife on him and he was thinking of stabbing me. But he didn't go through with doing it. Thanks for the donation though, Grey Knight.
Dude, your recent vid on depression changed the game for me. I wake up excited to seize the day. Time to get shredded. Thanks bro, you my goat. I am hitting the speedway and never looking back.
Well, I'm glad that helped. Yeah, when you just think about it logically, there's just no reason to be depressed. Like, obviously, you're going to have days that are worse than others, but it's all a matter of perspective and mindset. You have a finite time, nothing matters, you're the one who creates the rules, and you can just choose to be happy and enjoy the moment, and just do what you want, impose on the world what you will, and just make the best out of any situation. So with that kind of mindset, it's pretty easy to just march forward, get through whatever, and, you know, just enjoy life. Thanks for the donation though, Knife Speed. Glad I could help.
If Gum Gum woke you up at night and was about to slit the throat of one of your dogs in their sleep and the only way to save the dog was to pull out your 12-gauge shotgun you had by your bed, would you do it? Would you end Sweet Gummy's black heart life?
I don't think I could do it. I just love him too much. Yeah, I don't think I could do it. I just love Gum Gum too much. Thanks for the donation. Oh, that's Menti.
You really need to be as antagonistic as possible and really push the boundaries like the video you made fun of Muhammad, if not go even further than that. You gotta go to a Palestine protest and stand in the front of all of them and get all the attention.
That gives me an idea. I could dress up as the Prophet Muhammad and play that character. You know? Like when I did that skit. And then start talking about how I am the reincarnation of the Prophet Muhammad. Someone grab me a 9-year-old girl. That'd be hilarious. Thanks for the donation, Sv3rige. That would be so fucking funny. Yeah, I'd almost certainly get attacked. I think there'd likely be someone who'd be willing to risk it and attack me.
all of your intuition starts to just completely go away. And in fact, it's worse than going away because you still have the intuition and it's wrong. It's really bad to guess what's true in Dimension 4. Mathematicians often specifically study four-dimensional topology because there's a lot of behavior in Dimension 4 that's very different from lower and high dimension.
Begging you, dude. Please. It's classic VG vibes. I miss your old videos so much. Dude, please, and get a loudspeaker megaphone so you can make sure everyone hears you. Dude, please. And the weather is good now, so you have no excuse. Please, please, please.
I don't know if there's any pro-Palestine protests happening around Ottawa soon. Ideally, I'd want a camera person to help me film, but yeah, I could do it. Thanks for the donation, CDG. Dodo donate $2. Do you remember the professional douche videos where he would go to MAGA rallies and pray to Allah on the American flag and trigger the fuck out of them? You basically need to do that, but in Palestine rally, other way around. Get a Quran and Palestine flag to step on. Yeah, I'm sure that would annoy the fuck out of them. Yeah, that would annoy the fuck out of them, dude. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Grey Knight donated $2.
Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it.
Yeah. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Settings. It's also just the lowest dimension that we don't understand very well yet. So easy to make a mistake. Every time I finish a paper, I have like 3 days of like, but is it true? We have to ignore our intuition and proceed directly from axioms and definitions.
A big factor in my depression was religion. Even after leaving it, there was always a deeply ingrained fear instilled in me from being raised up brainwashed. I came to realize religion was an imaginary fire escape.
Yeah, I'm pretty convinced at this point that religion was, like, maybe not initially, but as soon as it became like popular and mainstream, there was definitely a deliberate attempt to design it in a way to control the masses. Like, it makes some logical sense that, like, you know, some dumb ape brain proto-human just came up with this idea of, like, a magic man who created everything. But, yeah, I kind of talked about it a little in the depression video, and I talked about it a little too when I did that interview with Dr. Todd Lee. It takes power away from you rather than, you know, just telling you the truth. There is no meaning anywhere other than in your own mind, and you're the one who, you know, like, imposes value on the world. It tells you that, oh no, you don't do that, someone else has already done that for you, and then you have to just follow and obey. So yeah, it was just, it ended up just being used to control the masses and have them all worship some, like, religious leader or monarchy or something. Just a way to control the masses. Thanks for the donation, though, Masashi Blade.
Well, you can do both. Have a GoPro strapped to your chest or head and have a cameraman for a second angle also as a witness for any violent attacks. If someone pushes you or tries to get in your face, I'd love to see you slam them Charlie Veach style, UK.
I'm surprised Charlie Veach is actually able to get away with not being criminally charged. Because the one issue is Canada has some of the dumbest self-defense laws you could possibly fucking imagine. And, like, Charlie Veitch is white, though. Like, it ends up being a very hard sell when you have somebody my size who's 6'3", like, big bodybuilder dude, black, and then... You know, you kind of go to this protest knowing that you're going to annoy the fuck out of some people. So it ends up being a hard sell. I'm a little worried about something like that. But thanks for the donation, Sv3rige.
Myron got caught being a dumbass simp again and resorted to pretending to believe Skibidi, Ohio was a real blue-collar town and not a meme just so that he could try to get in this blonde's pants.
Myron Gaines tried to convince a panel that he... Oh my god, you guys.
Skibidi, Ohio? The fuck? Alright, thanks for the donation, Sneed.
Exactly. And it makes you feel worthless. The Bible constantly tells you you are worthless, and no matter how good of a person you are basically a boss.
Yeah, and I mean, again, you're the one who imposes values onto things, and you can impose a value on yourself. It's just stupid. Thanks for the donation, Masashi Blade.
He's actually half Brazilian, half Scottish. Also, you know that being half black is an advantage for you, right? Being white would make you look like the oppressor. It's self-defense though, just make sure the response is proportionate to the attack. Do it.
I might consult with a lawyer first. Because, it's not as clear-cut as that in Canada. There's also things related to de-escalation. So if I'm there doing something that is clearly aggravating people, even though it's protected free speech, the prosecution can still actually make the argument that I knowingly did something that would provoke an attack. And even if I had a proportionate response, so if somebody was like swinging for my head, and then I just hit them back to protect myself, I created a situation where somebody would obviously get hurt, and they could also use my size and strength advantage against me. So, I don't know. It's a little hard to navigate, especially in Canada. Thanks for the donation, Sv3rige. Have you considered being more active in the debate space again, such as forums like MDD, Crucible, Raging Tomato? Debating is kind of an absolute shit show, dude. After doing it for so long, like, there's two types of vegan debates that I do. Predominantly, they're either health and nutrition debates or ethical debates. The health and nutrition debates are completely and utterly pointless because everyone is a complete and utter ideologue, and they will deny just clear-cut facts, like that guy I just debated the other day. The only reason I even ended up debating him was because a friend of mine wanted me to debate him and publicly embarrass him. But again, the guy wouldn't accept just obvious clear-cut facts, like cholesterol has a causal relation to heart disease. So I'm not interested because, like, at this point, it's literally like debating flat Earth. Nutrition science is extremely well established at this point, and we know what type of dietary patterns are ideal for human health. Outside of, like, you know, just rare food allergies where somebody might have, you know, particular dietary needs, minimizing saturated fat and cholesterol intake, maximizing fiber consumption, and eating a lot of fruits and vegetables, that is the ideal sort of dietary pattern for a human being. There's no debating it. And again, these debates end up just being like flat earth debates. Like, oh, but how come like these people improved their health on a carnivore diet if meat is so bad for you? And then you have to like dog walk them and explain how like just losing weight could account for all these health benefits. And then like, again, you just keep hearing stupid shit. Oh, well then meat can't be that bad for you. Like, I'm just done. I have no interest. And with the ethics debates, I mean, it just ends up being 2 hours of getting somebody to admit that they're okay with killing mentally disabled people. Or if black people weren't technically human beings, they'd be okay with killing black people. It's like, what's the fucking point? No one's even willing to intellectually, honestly engage in the topic. I'm kind of checked out of the whole debate thing. I'd rather just make video responses to people and just explain why what they're saying is fucking wrong, and then, you know, people can take it or leave it, you know, whoever ends up watching the video. But for the most part, these debates are just a complete and utter waste of time. Best case scenario is you can just maybe embarrass these people publicly. And when you're debating somebody with a large following, that might be worth it. Like if I could debate Jordan Peterson, that would definitely be worth it. But these randos online, it's like, again, what's the point? Dried Poop Butt Cheeks donated $2.
Have you ever been fucked by a nigga who has 5 baby mamas, doesn't pay child support? Yeah, they think it's cool, they think it's dope, they think it's cool to do it with their buddies, their homies, yeah. Have you ever been fucked by a nigga who has 5 baby mamas, doesn't pay child support? Yeah, they think it's cool, they think it's dope, they think it's cool to do it with their buddies, their homies, yeah. Have you ever been fucked by a nigga? Pumped and dumped by.
I love how people are shitting on Taylor Swift left and right. Thanks for the donation, Dried Poop Butt Cheeks.
That's like the video you went to Ottawa Capitol building or whatever and the guards say, oh, you're wearing that anti-Palestine shirt, you're obviously here to stir up trouble. Then you can just retreat from attack first, then attack if pursued. Looks better.
Yeah, maybe. It's fucking bullshit, dude. Like, again, if something's constitutional free speech, you should have no obligation to run away. Like, they're the ones who are attacking you, you know? It's stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG.
You guys, I can't believe how dumb and pathetic Myron Gaines is. So this girl on his panel, they're still doing the same content, man. God, man.
Yeah.
Now, people might look at this show and be like, oh, they're doing the same content, right? I'm talking about different things, at least.
Yeah.
They have the same girls.
It's not the same content. It's the same conversation.
That's it. They're having the same conversation for fucking 5 years. They bring on OnlyFans girls and then be like, oh, you're just an OnlyFans girl.
What's your body count?
What's your body count, slut? OnlyFans?
Also, as a side note, I love how they have like 20 play buttons. I don't know if most people know you could order multiple of your play buttons. So those are probably all the same channel.
Wait.
That'd be my guess.
Why do they have so many? Yeah, that's weird.
You could probably Google it. What are all the play buttons? I still think I got to be in the running for most play buttons.
Oh yeah, you're definitely up there.
My play button.
But you don't like put them on display. I'm always arguing to put them up.
We should. I guess maybe we should just to see.
Yeah.
I could fill a whole ass wall. Look like a family photo.
Mm-hmm. I'm not gonna lie. If we don't put them up soon, I might steal one of them. So we should definitely.
All right, let's
do
put
that.
them up then.
Put them up.
So anyway, Myron Gaines has these girls on, and this one girl does a little bit of a goof on him, and she says she's from Skibbity, Ohio.
Sure.
Now, me being, of course,
Dude, he's that much of a fucking idiot.
In touch with the youth.
Skibbity.
Understand that Skibbity is, of course, not only well, Skibbity toilet, obviously, we're going to go there. Isn't Skibbity also a Fortnite reference?
No.
No, sir.
Oh, it's just
Sir.
Skibbity toilet?
Oh my God.
Oh. Well, I got the
Your
Skibbity
English
toilet.
is
part.
bad.
Anyway, it's a
This guy's acting like he's heard of Skibbity, dude.
I know what Skibbity is. I watch that shit with my kids. We fuck with Skibbity.
Usually when people do like the brain rot TikToks, they bring up Fortnite and Skibbity. So that's probably.
They sell fucking Skibbity shit in Target now. It's insane.
No shot.
Yeah, toys and shit.
Who do they even license for that? Is that a
Probably the Skibbity guy.
The Skibbity guy?
Well, a lot of those assets are stolen from the Half-Life series, though. So, like, presumably Valve
Yeah,
would have
who
to
owns that?
sign off on it.
Yeah, it's like you're right.
Huh.
Anyway, here she's
Yeah,
doing
I
a
don't know.
Skibbity toilet, and we love that for her. Everybody sign up for her OnlyFans.
Abigail, okay, how old are you? It's 19, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ohio. Okay. What part of Ohio?
Skibbity.
What?
Skibbity. You know, I was just in, what is it called? Winchester. Wait, hold on.
Wait, I love you.
I was up there by Cleveland in January.
What do you do for work?
Social media. What does that even mean?
That's what I was going to ask.
Social media.
Hold on. You invited her on, Myron. You know what the fuck that means.
Translation OnlyFans.
Are you a Nepo baby?
No.
I want to be doing OnlyFans by right. Oh, please. There's a lot of
And
them.
then also the town you mentioned, Skibbity, is, yeah, it's a blue collar town.
Fun fact.
What?
It's a
Yeah.
No, yeah.
They all are in
Yeah,
Ohio.
because when she said Nepo baby, I was like, that's impossible. She's from Skibbity, Ohio.
Bro. It's, you know what? The only
I study a little bit because when I was looking at a JD Vance.
He said he
Okay, how old are you? It's 19,
That's
right?
so
Ohio.
painful.
Okay.
Neil.
What part of Ohio?
Neil
Skibbity.
Tyson.
Oh my god, what a retard. How does anybody take them seriously?
To be fair though, a lot of Midwest and Northeastern cities are stupid names, lol. Skibbity doesn't sound too far-fetched. But yeah, that guy is dumb as rocks. Lamau. Skibbity. Anyways, yeah, Richard, come on, do some IRL content you haven't forever. Do it.
There's no fucking way. Even if you've never heard of the Skibbity meme, I would never think Skibbity is a real fucking town. That sounds like a made-up word. Like, there's Kickapoo. That's a weird one. Some other weird town names. Like, Kickapoo is the weirdest one, but Skibbity, like, I mean, it's hard to imagine getting fooled. Like, Myron's just a fucking idiot. He's clearly pretending and lying, though. Like, if you've never heard of a town, then why wouldn't you just ask if that's like an actual place or if they're making it up? Like if you've never heard of Kickapoo, I would just be like, Kickapoo? That's a really weird name. And then like maybe look it up on my phone or something, but the guy just makes himself look like a fucking ignorant moron when he does that. Thanks for the donation, Sv3rige.
Theorems. So what is four-dimensional topology? Topology is the study of abstract spaces. These spaces can have wild behavior. So we tend to focus on category of spaces that are slightly more motivated by the physical world. These are called manifolds, which are really symmetric spaces. A manifold is any space which, if you zoom in close enough, just looks exactly like flat, what's called Euclidean space. Normal space that you learn about in school, a line, a plane, three-dimensional space, and so on. When you zoom in close enough, you can't tell the difference between any two manifolds. But when you look at the global structure, zoom out, look at the whole manifold all at once, they can have wildly different properties. A one-dimensional manifold, or a one manifold, would be a manifold where at every point I can zoom in and it looks just like a line. One example would be a circle. A circle isn't a line, but if I zoom in really close, it looks like a line. Two-dimensional manifolds are much easier to imagine. They're surfaces. Things like the boundary of a ball is called a sphere. The sphere, like the surface of the Earth, is a two-dimensional manifold. Because even though the Earth is not flat, it's very difficult to tell that. If you zoom in really close, you can only see a very small portion of the Earth. It looks exactly like a flat plane. Like, let's say you're an ant and you're sitting on a basketball. At any point, I can go forward, backward, I can go left, right, and that's it. You can't tell that that surface is not just flat and goes on for forever. In contrast, a three-dimensional manifold is more like the space we live in now. We're all living inside of a three-dimensional manifold. At least I can only see a very small portion of the universe, and it's very hard to tell if it's just real space that goes on for forever. But that does mean that it is a three-dimensional manifold, even if it's hard for me to know the global structure of it. And so it's three-dimensional because at any instant, there are three different perpendicular directions that I can move in. I can go forward, backward, I can go left, right, and now I can also go up, down. So that's different from two-dimensional space. A four-dimensional manifold is like our three-dimensional space, except there's a new perpendicular.
Have you seen Lou 2022? No, I've never heard of that.
Direction. So in a four-dimensional manifold, starting at any point, you can go forward, backward, you can go left, right, you can go up, down, and now there's a new dimension that I don't have a good name for, something like forward and backward in time. And it's totally perpendicular to space. It doesn't change your position in space. Imagine you're in a movie, and this is time zero. The movie hasn't started yet. You have this three-dimensional space around you. And now you have your remote control, and you're going to press play on the movie, and you can see in the bottom of the screen the time of the movie, the run time. So right now it's time zero, but time is going to start increasing. And so if you pause at any moment, you still have a three-dimensional setting, but now that time value has changed. This is actually a four-dimensional space because time is itself a different direction. So a four-dimensional manifold is any object that locally, if you zoom in close enough, it looks just like standard four-dimensional Euclidean space. Four-dimensional topology is the study of these four-dimensional manifolds. There are a lot of them, and we develop new techniques for how do we study these objects? What are the connections between four-dimensional manifolds and physics, or partial differential equations, or complex geometry? So as an example, let's say you conduct a scientific experiment and you have a data set and you measure four different variables. Then your data lives inside of a four-dimensional space because you have these four numbers that can all be different from each other. It doesn't have to mean a physical space. In my office, I very often draw pictures of four-dimensional manifold, where I do that by drawing a sequence of three-dimensional pictures because that's, I think, just logically the best way to do it. But it's important to remember that even though in our drawing or our imagination, it seems like this fourth direction is special, the time direction, we have to remember that topologically, all of the directions are the same. To a mathematician, there's complete symmetry. Let's look at one specific example of a four-dimensional manifold, an interesting one that isn't just standard Euclidean space. In order to get there, we need to start off by understanding some lower dimensional manifolds so that we can go up by analogy. So first, the very lowest dimensional manifold I'm going to consider is a circle. One way that you could construct a circle is to start out with, in fact, a line segment, which doesn't look like a circle, but I'm going to add the rule that if I am walking along this line segment and I go off the left edge, then I need to come back on the right edge, and vice versa. So even though these 2 points look like they're different points, I'm just declaring that actually these are the same point now. If I do that, you can imagine taking a piece of string, gluing the ends together, you get a circle. So this is the same thing as a circle. All right, I'm going to use this idea to construct a 2 and a 3 manifold very explicitly, and then we're going to get a 4 manifold by analogy. So here's our 2 manifold, a surface. So this is a picture of a torus. This is the surface of a donut. It's not the inside of the donut, it's just like the frosting on the outside, so it's two-dimensional. And one way that I could construct the torus is I'm going to start out with the analog of a line segment. In dimension 2, that would be something like a square. It seems different.
IDK man, some weird town names out there lol.
Climax, North Carolina. Toads suck. Rough and Ready, California. Slick Poo. Well, again, if you've never heard of these names before, and you weren't sure if somebody was making it up, you just take out your phone, look it up on Google, and be like, oh, weird, never heard of it. That's a weird name for a town. Myron is just an ignorant fucking retard. Just gets baited into, you know, like, oh yeah, fucking Skibbity. And then looks like an idiot. So, thanks for the donation, CDG.
From a torus, but what I could do is exactly the same idea here. I'm going to declare if I go off the left edge, then I'm going to come back on the right edge, and vice versa. So even though these 2 points look like they are different points, I'm going to declare that now these are the same point. So imagine taking a piece of paper and gluing the whole left edge to the whole right edge, and if you did that, you would get a tube. Well, that takes care of some of the boundary, but the square has more edges than the line segment did. So I'm going to do the same thing and say, oh, if I go off the top edge, I'm going to come back on the bottom, and vice versa. So these 2 edges are actually the same edge, which means here, I'm going to take these 2 edges, and I'm going to fold my tube so that these get glued together as well. And if I take this tube and I fold it, I actually get a torus. So you can see that this is the same object that we started out with. So maybe you can see where this is going. I'm going to repeat this idea. The 3 manifold is the 3 torus, and I'm not going to attempt to draw a picture because this is an object that does not fit inside 3-dimensional space. We cannot imagine the whole thing at once like we can with the torus and the circle. That's why it's important that we did these by analogy first. I would take the analog of the line segment or the square, but in 3 dimensions, which is a solid box. And I'm going to add the same rules. I'm going to say if I go off the top, then I come back to a point on the bottom. So even though these squares look like they are different squares, I just declare that actually all those points on the top are the same as the points on the bottom.
So it ends up making a tesseract.
It's like video game logic. If you run off the screen, you come back. Okay? I'm going to do the same thing for the left and right faces, which are opposite each other. Just declare that actually those are the same. But the front and back faces of the cube, which are opposite of each other, I'm going to declare that those are also the same. So it's totally analogous to what I did here. And if I do that, I'll still have a 3-dimensional object, because it was always 3-dimensional. But now I won't have any edge, because I got rid of all the edges by gluing them together. So this is a closed 3-dimensional manifold called the 3 torus. So the first one that's hard to visualize, but we did all of this careful work by analogy, is the 4 torus. And so I can take a 4-dimensional box, and we know how to draw those because we talked about movies. I'm going to take what seems like a 3-dimensional box and add my time dimension. So this is the box at time t equals 0, and I have the box at time t equals 1, and let's say t equals 2, and maybe I'll stop there. Maybe I'll just have time go from 0 to 2, okay? And now I'm going to glue all of the opposite faces together to get a nice closed manifold.
Hypothetical stuff is so boring. Okay dude, 4th dimension so annoying, just stop pretending you know what's going on. We're all living on a rock in space and we can only see 3D, just stop pretending you know anything. OMFG. She literally drew a donut.
Enough with this faggot nerd shit. Why don't you just shut up and lift? Yeah, I get you. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
If I'm at a point in this 4-dimensional object and I run off the top, which could happen at any time, then I need to come back at the corresponding point on the bottom. So I'm going to glue all the tops to all the bottoms. And I'm also going to glue all of the rights to all of the lefts. And then I'm also going to glue all of the fronts to all of the backs. And the last thing I have to say is, well, what about this time direction? If I'm a person living in this 4-dimensional space, and I go all the way up to the last time t equals to 2 and try to keep going into the future, I don't run off the space. Instead, I come back at time t equals 0. So I just come back on the opposite side of time, just like I did for the space directions. Okay, and that rule gives me a 4-dimensional manifold called the 4 torus. 4-dimensional topology is a special area of topology because there are techniques that work in high dimensions that fail, specifically in dimension 4 and below, and certain coincidences that hold in dimensions 1 to 3 that stop holding when you move to dimension 4 and above. For example, with 4-dimensional manifolds, this is the first setting where our notions of continuous and smooth equivalence start to differ. The difference between smooth and continuous equivalence is easiest to imagine in really low dimensions, like think about a circle. A circle is smoothly equivalent to an oval. We can stretch the circle, just grab the sides and pull it, so it's not a symmetric anymore, it's an oval.
Exactly. I mean, sure, it's cool to think about this stuff, but we can't prove it, so it's just mental masturbation FFS. Why not work on science for stuff that is tangible? This is the science people who don't know how to do anything useful get into. Fuck.
Oh. my god. So many, like, practically everything in science is interrelated. So, I never take the position that something isn't worth exploring, because it always has some practical application to something else that you wouldn't expect. Thanks for the donation, though, Sv3rige.
But at no point do I ever stop the circle from being a nice smooth curve. It just gets longer. But there's another way of turning a circle into an oval. It takes more steps, but I could first pinch the circle and make corners and turn it into a square. I don't have to break the circle to do that. I just fold it up, make it a square, and then I stretch the square out to be a rectangle and smooth the corners back out, pat them with my hands, and turn it into an oval. But it turns out that when we go into higher dimensions, at least 4, sometimes there are ways of turning one manifold into another where I have to add corners and I can't just avoid them. And so these spaces might be continuously equivalent, but not necessarily smooth. There are lots of 4-dimensional objects, infinite families of 4-dimensional objects that are continuously but not smoothly equivalent. So that's the first really different behavior, one of the main aspects that people study, these two notions of equivalence. The big open questions, the things that I think are really interesting, are giving new examples of weird behavior. Does there exist a mathematical object with this property? And if the answer is no, then that's great, and I would like to understand that explicitly. But if the answer is yes, something I often do is try to create the specific example, like just a literal picture of it. I really like that direction of 4-dimensional topology.
Oh, that's interesting. Sneed donated $2. Let me see.
Where's Abby? Where's Abby? Where is she? Where is she?
Where's Abby? I'm dead anyway. Why would I tell you anything? Because I can make it quick, or I can make it so much worse. Last chance. I'm not giving up, my friend.
Yeah, it's almost as if Bella Ramsey never played the video games, and she's an idiot, and she can't act, and they got an ugly idiot retard to play a character that's kind of requires some nuance, you know? Thanks for the donation, though, Sneed. Yeah, like, Bella Ramsey overreacted in every single scene. Ellie isn't the type of person to yell and scream and doesn't like laugh and yell or make, you know, super obvious explicit jokes. Like when she makes threats, she doesn't get like super angry or amped up. She's just kind of more the type of person to be like, I don't make threats, I make promises. Like there's no need for her to be like, I'm gonna kill you. Like she'll just say, I'm gonna kill you. Like that. And again, Bella Ramsey, the way she looks and the lack of confidence that she has as a person, like she's not able to play that character. Again, the reason they cast her was because they wanted to make a political statement. They deliberately found the ugliest person they could. Because, fucking beauties, toxic masculinity, something or other, feminism. Hire the ugliest girl we can who can't actually play the fucking character. It's the worst of both worlds. Like, you could either choose between somebody who's ugly, but a great actor, or somebody who's really good looking, but they can't act. They got the worst of both worlds. They got the ugliest fucking person who can't act. They just didn't fucking care. It's just DEI hire. And it's really weird. I don't know. I wasn't behind the scenes with the whole production, but if I were Bella Ramsey, I would play the game and study the scene in the game and just try to replicate that. But I don't know if the reason she played out those scenes the way she did was because she either didn't play the video game and she just sort of played things off how she was either told to do it or just acted in a way that she thought made sense, but she didn't actually look at any of the reference material. Or she did see the reference material, played the video game, but then realized she couldn't pull off the scene the way it was, acted in the game. And then she overacted. It's not even technically overacting. She just acted differently because she thought it just came off better the way she played it. I have no idea, but it was just such a bad idea casting her. I can't get over them casting that fucking potato.
I mean, this isn't Doom. We aren't gonna teleport in demons from other dimensions in 2025, silly poisonous frog-colored hair girl. Nice thigh, by the way. Looks like a chicken drumstick. Can I take a bite?
Sure. Why not? Look at this shit. My fucking sock broke open. Isn't that great? Thanks for the donation, Sv3rige. Random Shiz donated $2.
Congressman Perry, do you trust Trump's national security team to keep our war plans top secret?
You trust your mother every night to fix your Hot Pockets and make sure your Game Boy is turned on.
Well, he does look like he's 12.
Get out! Don't touch people. Come on, keep your hands to yourself. Peaceful protest. Peaceful protest.
I need one of those. That is the weirdest fucking golf swing I've ever seen. Gotta see that again. What in the fuck? I've never seen anything like that. Thanks for the donation, Random Shiz.
How's Sv3rige Prali feeling after getting unbanned?
It just blows my mind, dude. Absolutely blows my mind. Thanks for the donation, N-word. Mango, donate $2. Can you
Are
react?
you watching my documentary, Pignorant? Are you going to be a vegan?
Who's this jackass? Oh, I don't care about him. I don't watch his videos. The guy's an intellectually dishonest fuckwit. Couldn't give two fucking shits what he thinks about anything. Do not care. Don't send me his videos. The guy's a liar. He just makes videos for no other reason than to get attention. I have no interest in watching people like that. Thanks for the donation, Mango.
Hey VG, Off topic, but is consuming 250 to 300 grams of sugar per day unhealthy if it comes strictly from non-starchy fruits? I'm lean, maintaining balanced macros and within maintenance calories.
Oh, well, thanks for the big donation, dude. 300 grams of sugar. So, I don't know what you mean by sugar. If it's from fruit, then it's totally fine. If you're talking about processed sugar, then no. The research is pretty clear on this. As long as processed sugar is kept below 10% of daily calories, there isn't an association between processed sugar consumption and chronic disease or all-cause mortality, but once it goes over that 10% margin, that's when you see increasing rates of obesity, heart disease, all-cause mortality. Some of that has to do with opportunity cost. So you have a caloric budget, and like, let's say your maintenance calories are 2,500 per day. If you're getting more and more calories from processed sugar, that means you're not eating foods that are actually beneficial for your health, that are like protective against chronic disease, and you're replacing it with something that doesn't have fiber, doesn't have protein, doesn't have antioxidants, phytochemicals, things that promote vasodilation, that have anti-cancer properties, that help to lower your cholesterol, lower inflammation. So if you're getting roughly 1,200 of your daily calories from processed sugar, that would certainly increase your risk of chronic disease and all-cause mortality, even if you are like at a healthy body weight. But if you're talking about just sugar from fruit, then no, it's fine. But thanks for the big donation, Jason. Really appreciate that.
That was disturbing. Why do you not buy new socks when you make $300 to $500 a day? You frugal ass male. Lol, that was disturbing. Why do you not buy new socks when you make $300 to $500 a day? You frugal ass male. Lol, that was disturbing. Why do you
I avoid spending money on practically anything. So I just wear out all my socks, underwear, clothes, and then once they're completely worn out, I'll replace them. But yeah, I just try to not spend any money on practically anything, and then I have way more money left over for things that I actually want. So like, motorcycles or something, or computer parts. Little things add up. Like, there's tons of little things that you can get, like, my jeans don't quite fit right, or, oh, there's this new pair of clothes, or the sock has a little bit of a hole in it. Like, before you know it, you spent a few $100s, and then, again, there's so many other little things that you can spend money on that are, small luxuries or conveniences, but it all adds up over time, and before you know it, you've wasted like a few $1,000s over the course of the year that you could have just saved. So I tend to just not buy like anything as long as I can help it. And then I just have more money left over for actual shit that I want that'll, genuinely improve my life and make me happier. So yeah, I just, it's just the way I spend money. Thanks for the donation though, Sv3rige. Trash donated $2. I think that HBO Abby would have, at least face-wise, been much better as HBO Ellie. Then they could have gotten a buff chick to be Abby. Dude. Even the Abby situation didn't make any sense. That girl did absolutely no training whatsoever to play Abby. None. Like, she did not pick up a single fucking weight. Didn't do anything to get in shape. Look at, like, Linda Hamilton for Terminator 2. Linda Hamilton, between T1 and T2, got really fucking jacked and in shape for the role. That girl that they got for Abby, they didn't require her to do any physical training at all. You can just look at the way she was punching Joel in that scene. She has no strength, no training at all. Like, she didn't do any boxing, any cardio, any weightlifting. She's just unfit, out of shape. They just didn't care. And I don't know why. If they made the characters in the game look like that, why didn't they try to get the actors to match the character in the game? If it was important enough for the story, for the characters to look the way they do, why didn't they put that effort when it came to casting and training the actors they selected? It's just baffling. And especially considering, like, it's very cheap to get an actor to just train. Like, it's... I can understand, you know, they might not have known if they were going to make season 2. So, like, okay, we don't know if we're going to make season 2, and then they cast Abby later, and then maybe they didn't have enough time to, like, train an actor or put enough time into casting to find somebody. But the logical thing to do is to find an actor, keep them on retainer or something, pay them to prepare for the role. So, I don't know, like especially if it's a no-name actor that nobody really knows, you could just pay them like 10 or 15 grand over the course of the year to do like this personal training shit. Like, it's not that much money. You could get a studio to sign off on that sort of thing. And then, if they don't make season 2, okay, you didn't really lose that much money. That's like literally pennies to them. But if you do make season 2, well, okay, you've got the actor prepared. But, like, they just didn't care. Like, they didn't care about anything. At least when it came to the women. The men, buddy, like, they got Javier Pascal or whatever to play Joel, and they did the hair and makeup and everything really well for him, and he looks similar enough to Joel, like, whatever. Tommy was, like, sort of a different ethnicity. Looks like they got a guy who might have been part Mexican to play Tommy, but again, he kind of looks like Tommy, sort of. The fucking Asian guy they got to play as Jesse, he's fucking jacked as fuck. He's like this Asian Giga Chad. Why? And, like, they did not care about the female characters. It's bizarre. Thanks for the donation, though, Trash.
Do you agree with their argument?
What's going on, people? I'm gonna wait.
I'll look at that in a bit. Thanks for the donation, Sokiyashi. I know this guy is a fucktard. I know this dude is a weirdo who likely has taken steroids, but I'll take a look. Thanks for the donation, dude.
I've been trying to get into Huel, but it keeps messing up my digestion. Is this a common problem with Huel? I don't normally have digestive issues with my typical vegan diet, but adding Huel is giving me diarrhea. Wondering if you have any advice.
I've never tried Huel personally, and anecdotally, I don't know if there's a disproportionate amount of people who end up having diarrhea from taking Huel. I do know when it comes to protein powders, for whatever reason, certain brands do trigger people's digestive issues. Some of that may come down to the additives in whatever protein powder there is. Some of it may have something to do with the type of processing and whether or not the protein is broken down to any substantive degree, like if it's hydrolyzed or something. I'm not sure. So if you try a protein powder and I'd say for more than a week you notice that you have diarrhea and it's not subsiding, I'd just stop taking it and try some other protein powder supplement. But yeah, I wouldn't be able to tell you why you'd necessarily be having diarrhea from eating Huel. But if you've been having it for over a week, I'd just stop taking it. Thanks for the donation though, Mango. F donated $2. Sv3rige wasn't banned. He privated his channel. That explains why reporting his Goatis channel for ban evading didn't work.
Bravo. The award.
Why did he hide? Maybe he hid it because of the assassination attempt? That makes a lot of sense now. Okay. Maybe this was also a strategy to try to get donations from people. Huh. It's like he's really stupid. It's hard for me to imagine that he could play 3D chess like this. But it's possible, I suppose. Okay, I'll look at that in a second. Thanks for the donation, F.
Cool. I recently switched grains for fruit and I feel way better, but people are telling me I'll get a fatty liver lol.
Oh, thanks for the big donation again, Jason. Really appreciate that. There's no association with fruit intake and fatty liver disease. You only see fatty liver disease from industrially processed sugar consumption. And I'm pretty sure it's always in the context of a hypercaloric diet. I don't even know if you can induce fatty liver on an isocaloric diet. The macronutrient that's actually most associated with fatty liver is actually saturated fat. If you consume very high amounts of saturated fat, you're far more likely to get fatty liver disease. The only other big risk factor for fatty liver disease is alcohol consumption. If you're an alcoholic, you're guaranteed to get alcoholic fatty liver disease. But saturated fat would be the next nutrient of concern, and then industrially processed sugar, particularly high fructose corn syrup. But yeah, sugar from like fruit that does not, there's no evidence whatsoever that that's a risk factor for fatty liver disease. Thanks for the donation though, Jason Casper, appreciate it. Molesting Muslim donated $2. You are absolutely right, VG. I'm going to save my money by not donating to you anymore, thanks. Well, it's your money, so if you want to save it and put it towards something that's worthwhile, then, you know, that's always a good idea. But yeah, I highly encourage people to just think about what they're actually spending money on. There's a lot of very small conveniences that you're going to encounter in your daily life. Like, you know, you might have holes in your sock. You might have some clothes that don't quite fit the way you want. There may be some upgrades to like your car or motorcycle or bicycle that you might want to get. There's a billion things that you can think of spending money on, and the vast majority of it are things that, one, you don't need, and two, if you do spend your money on it, you're not actually going to be any like happier or better off. So you should always think before you spend money, is my life going to be any better? Am I going to be any happier? If the answer is no, then you probably just shouldn't spend your money on that. And just save it, and then when you do find things that will make your life easier, will make your life better, and increase your happiness, well, now you have the money for it. Thanks for the donation, though, Molesting Muslim.
Check out the intensity on this set. I know they're touch and go reps, but still.
Pull! Pull!
605 beltless is pretty impressive. He seems to have very ideal proportions for deadlifting. I notice when the weight touches the ground, he's still very upright. Like he's got a very upright back angle, so he probably has like short torso and pretty long arms. But yeah, didn't he deadlift like over 700 or something? So yeah, he's very strong. Thanks for the donation, Matthew. Schnitty donated $2. What is your zodiac sign? I'm guessing Cancer. Every Cancer I have met is frugal as shit and depressed. Well, I'm not depressed, and zodiac signs are complete bullshit.
Gwendolyn Christie would be a better actress for Abby's role. What do you think? Look her up. She was a Lady Knight in Game of Thrones.
She is way too old.
Do you think Doom Dark Ages was worth buying? I don't like it compared to Doom Eternal or Doom 2016.
No, it wasn't worth buying. I got it refunded. I bought the premium edition with the DLC. That was $145 Canadian. So, yeah, for $145, nowhere near fucking worth it. There's literally no reason to play that game. It's just worse in literally every way. The gameplay is less fun. The story is practically non-existent. It's poorly balanced. It's kind of tedious and boring when you're facing some of the tougher bosses. there's just no justifiable like reason to just play it, period, when Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal exist. Like, even if somebody gave it to me for free, I don't know if I'd actually bother playing it and getting through it. So yeah, I refunded it. That's why you should play games on PC, by the way, because if you're buying games through Steam, you can just refund it if you don't like it. If you buy shit on dumb baby consoles, well, congratulations, you just spent $145 and you're never going to get that money back because no refunds. You're a dumb baby. You got that money from your parents in all likelihood anyway, because you're a dumb baby who plays console games. But yeah, I refunded it, so I'm happy I got that money back. Thanks for the donation, though, E-Nation. Yeah, Gwendolyn Christie is way too old to play Abby. She might have been a good cast if she was younger, but she's just way too old. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Hey.
Hey, Nutmuffin, how you doing? Thanks for the donation, dude.
Again, for the biggest fucking faggot loser slaves, goes to European men. You did it once again.
Secret stuff. It's all well understood and it's all well documented.
Hi guys, as requested by a lot of you, I'm gonna be reviewing Rehab Room's latest video called This Diet Cope is Insane. Before we start this video, I want to point out 4 things. Firstly, I know his videos from back in the day when he was called ITV, Incel TV. I haven't seen any videos on this new channel, Rehab Room. I did click on some of them, but I found them to be insanely boring. I just couldn't get past 2-3 minutes, which means that this will be the first video that I will watch from his new channel. I think that the last one was banned, and I think that he probably watered down his content not to get banned again, which is understandable totally because of the censorship on YouTube, but it does make his videos very unappealing.
That's a Tennessee shuffle, technically called the old, oh, look over here, wham, castrate him right in the nuts. That's distraction, and it goes toward, well, I myself, I love freaks because it takes the pressure off me. You know, when I grew up, you couldn't even have a ponytail. You were, if you had it's just absurd. So I like weirdos. Better to be weird than boring. But all that'll die by the wayside because people are getting it's kind of boring. It's just boring. They tried this in the 70s before. You know that Charlie Murphy skit with the dudes what looked like the ladies were getting the most tail?
When all that androgynous was going on and what was wild.
Alright, so he was never banned. He might have gotten 1 or 2 community guideline strikes, and then he privated his channel to prevent any more reports or something, but yeah, that explains a lot, so he wasn't actually ban evading.
Bella Ramsey has to be some kind of cat.
I still can't get over it. It's just so shocking. Every fucking time I see this.
Fish name. What do I mean by that? Well, when I hear the name Bella Ramsey playing, Ellie, I would expect her to look like Ellie, like Kaylee Spaney or whatever her name is. Not the banjo player from Deliverance. Oh, that's
Oh, Jesus. That's great.
Top, that's mean. Don't laugh at that, whatever you do, because if you laugh, you're going to hell. The same hell that whoever casted Bella Ramsey as Ellie is going. Because
like, this is supposed to be an intense action scene. Like, my God. She looks like a fucking potato.
the more you laugh out, The Last of Us watching,
So
The Last
stupid.
of Us abandoned its audience in Season 2. So, you know what? 2 can play at that game. That's right. Nothing stays with the characters. She can't get over the...
Dude. I can't believe it.
For the chat to get filled up. Hey, what's going on, man? How are you? So today, guys, we're gonna take a look at an interesting new character. So we're going to introduce Face Low IQ. Well, maybe not introduce. I'm sure most of you guys probably know about the infamous Face Low IQ, but he dared to make a video with just a bunch of complete fucking nonsense, quite frankly. So I brought on Androgenic because we were filming a video right before. We made a video that's probably going to come out tomorrow at latest, the day after that. It's on our lab work, right? So we both did blood panels. So we've been planning on doing a video for a while. First one got delayed, but we made a new one that you guys are really going to like. We talked about our biomarkers, right? Because obviously a lot of morons like to make claims like, oh, Androgenic Lav, they're going to drop it by 30. It's like, shut the fuck up. So we absolutely shit all over that. Hope that video, once again, coming out tomorrow. Okay, but once again, guys, to call this a fucking debunk is absolutely insane. Because the shit that he says is just like quite brutal. So let's get into it.
Of the video series on the carnivore diet and why it's complete fucking nonsense. This video is going to be more geared towards why ketosis is not conducive to looks maxing or hypertrophy whatsoever. So the carnivore...
It is interesting, he says, a diet with the lowest water retention, the most balanced electrolytes, assuming you actually do it properly.
Yeah, so ketogenic or carnivore diet dehydrates you, and you will see nearly every single person. Like, this isn't just, 1 or 2% of people anecdotally reporting this. This is like well over 80% of people anecdotally reporting that they suffer from symptoms of dehydration and electrolyte imbalance. So feeling thirsty constantly, urinating way too frequently, feeling dehydrated, looking dehydrated, having muscle cramps, spasms, irregular heart rhythms. They feel like they're like physically weaker and they just don't feel right. Like, this is like well over 80% of people anecdotally reporting this when they're on the carnivore diet. And this is why every single one of these carnivore diet influencers make it a huge point to supplement with electrolytes constantly, and they're on very, very high quantities of these electrolyte supplements. It's not like they just take this, right around their workout or something. They take an electrolyte supplement in the morning. They take an electrolyte supplement like around each meal, and like every time they're drinking water, they have to have it with some kind of electrolyte supplement. That's not normal. You should be able to retain water without the use of these supplements.
And a diet which oxidizes fat is not conducive to looks maxing. That's very interesting.
So
every single diet oxidizes fat.
I say we made it 27 seconds into the fucking video, and he's already talking about some absolute nonsense, right? So the thing about the water retention and the glycogen bloat, right? Glycogen bloat, in quotes, it's just so fucking absurd. That
yeah,
this
I
really
can get into that.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you get started with that, but this deserves a whole segment, quite frankly. Let me know. Should I switch between this screen, where it's big for both of us, and or just leave it on? Do you guys want it when we're talking?
Yeah, there's no such thing as glycogen bloat. The carbohydrate is stored in your muscle tissue as glycogen, and that helps to retain water in your muscle cells. It doesn't cause you to have edema.
And doing a segment, should I pop it on the full screen like this? Yeah, keep it? Okay, well.
Does incline barbell bench help increase flat bench strength? No. Pretty much not at all whatsoever. Incline benching is basically a worse form of flat benching. What a lot of people don't realize is upper pec activation is about the same with flat benching. The only difference between incline and flat benching is that incline press makes it so you activate less of your lower pecs and you're activating about the same amount of your upper pecs. So you're just using less overall muscle mass when you're incline pressing, and it ends up not translating really at all to your flat bench. You may be increasing your shoulder strength slightly more with incline pressing, and if you have weak shoulders, that may give you some carryover, but pretty much universally, You'll never hear anybody claiming that once I reached certain numbers on my incline bench, I was able to flat bench more. Benching has the best carryover to flat benching. Aside from that, flat press variations, so dumbbell press, dips, machine presses, those are going to have a good carryover. Dumbbell flies have good carryover, so some isolation work. Overhead pressing, so just increasing the strength of your shoulders, that actually has pretty decent carryover. Especially once you are able to bench pretty heavy, so like over 315, you'll notice that if you have a weak overhead press, your shoulders feel extremely unstable, and it will feel like your shoulders are going to dislocate. So if you can get your overhead press to around 200 pounds, you're going to find that flat benching feels much more stable compared to if you could only overhead press like maybe 150. And then like, you know, obviously triceps. So overhead extensions, skull crushers, JM presses, those are really good tricep movements for flat pressing. But yeah, incline pressing, it has practically zero carryover whatsoever.
We'll do it like this for now. We'll see. So anyway, the whole glycogen thing. Let's hear about this. The lowest water retention.
Yeah, so I think I was the first one to speak about this.
Yeah.
Holy shit! I keep hearing myself. I don't talk about that.
So you.
I'll just mute the stream for now.
Yeah.
Anyway, pretty much, yeah, I was the first one to talk about this. Why like you get more bloated when you eat carbs? It has nothing to do with glycogen storing water in like your extracellular tissue. It's basically a correlation. It's a proxy with bloat, because when you eat carbohydrates, your insulin spikes. Insulin binds directly to the epithelial sodium channel in the kidney, which causes your kidneys to reabsorb more sodium, and then obviously, you know, higher sodium levels, higher water retention in the interstitial tissue. And people obviously think it must be the glycogen doing that, but the thing is, glycogen, 1 gram of glycogen stored with 3 grams of water, which is osmosed by 18 milligrams of potassium. And obviously potassium is almost fully intracellular. So this is just straight up, 27 seconds in and something completely wrong? What else did he say? The fat oxidation?
Yeah,
we can speak about that more when it comes up again, but he really thinks that he's cracked some code that no bodybuilder found out. I mean, the guy's a tinfoil hatter pretty much.
Dude, like, face low IQ is honestly a fucking understatement. And to even...
Yeah, these guys are actually on point with this. They're both fucking weirdos, but they're completely right about this. Every single diet is going to result in fat oxidation. Every diet is going to have some amount of fat. And if you're eating at caloric maintenance, you're going to oxidize the fat that you're consuming. So it's just that you're using more of your energy metabolism for fat if you're on a high-fat diet that's isocaloric. But that doesn't affect body composition in any positive way. You're just using fat as energy, which is far less efficient, produces ketones, makes you feel sick. Like, why? Is barbell shoulder press the same as overhead press? Well, when somebody says overhead press, they're talking about standing overhead press. Typically, when somebody says barbell shoulder press, they're talking about seated barbell shoulder press. So overhead press is just more clear with what you mean, but yeah, you can do barbell shoulder press standing or seated. It's just that usually when people say overhead press, they mean standing. And seated shoulder head press, it does train the same target muscle group. I prefer standing overhead press for a variety of reasons. One, there's not actually much difference in how much weight you can lift, seated or standing. It just requires you to get used to the movement, and when you're standing, you have a little more freedom of movement. So a lot of people find that it's easier on their shoulders doing standing overhead press. So you can move your torso and change position. So it's a little easier on your shoulders, being able to lean back a bit more when you need.
wouldn't say that sometimes in the stream we used to call him face average IQ. It's just completely fucked now. This guy is just an absolute moron, absolute jester. So let's keep going. Let me put it back on here.
Almost completely eliminates carbohydrates.
Oh yeah, the OST for Dark Ages was really bad. The soundtrack was... It's not even mid. It's below mid. There's maybe one good track in that whole soundtrack, but yeah, the soundtrack was not good at all.
From their macronutrient profile. This is such...
Larson press is just a pressing variation. I wouldn't necessarily say it's got any better carryover than any other flat press variation. It's just another variation. I don't particularly like the Larson press because you're laying perfectly flat, and if you're laying perfectly flat, it's not as safe for your shoulders as compared to if you're using an arched back. So if you don't notice any shoulder aggravation from it, you know, it's a fine variation, but I'd preferentially avoid it just because it makes logical sense that it would be more dangerous for your shoulders.
Such a laughable diet because it completely removes one of the most important growth mechanisms.
One of the most aging things as well, but we'll get into this.
Which is good.
One of the most aging things. Should we save the age part for later, or should we?
Your physique has been looking great lately, VG. Thank you. I understand you've been cutting for a while now. Can I ask what your daily calorie intake has been and what it was prior to your cut? So, I bulked up to 270 pounds to bench 410 pounds on the bench. I probably didn't need to get that heavy. I just wanted to make sure that I did absolutely everything in my power to bench over 400. But yeah, looking back now, I probably didn't need to gain all that much weight. So I bulked up to 270. By the time I started the diet, I weighed in at 276. I lost 70 pounds in 3 months. That was from... What would have that been? I think that was from September to November, something like that. And I was eating only 850 calories per day in order to lose that weight in that time frame. So I got down to 206. I took about a 2 or 3 month break where I just ate at maintenance. And then I started the diet again, and I was eating 1,500 calories per day. And I've been eating 1,500 calories per day for the last few months, which is still not much. And yeah, my maintenance calories are a little over 3,000. I calculated them being around 3,300. And yeah, eating that little, it's giving me issues with low blood sugar and low blood pressure. So that's why sometimes I have like no energy on stream, or I faint, or I can hardly think at all. It's very, very low calories. And the only reason I'm eating that low is because I just like losing weight very quickly. Pick donated $3. Let me see.
A lot of people think of the incline press as just an upper pec exercise, and it's like, oh no, what's going to happen to my mid and lower pecs? Yeah. That is completely blown out of proportion. There was a recent study that compared flat bench to incline bench. For the lower pecs, same growth. For the pecs, same growth. For the upper pecs, better growth with incline. Again, that's only one study, but it does tell.
Yeah, Menno Henselman covered this. It works the other way around, too. So, watch the video Menno Henselman did on the incline benching thing. It's only one study, and it's a very poorly designed study. They actually found better lower pec growth with incline, which doesn't make any sense. It's probably a type 1 error.
Tell us that the incline press doesn't just target the upper pecs, it will grow your entire pec. I don't think there is a best. If you...
Yeah, so incline pressing will grow your lower pecs. It's just that it grows your lower pecs worse than flat benching. So why would you use a worse exercise? Like, I still do incline pressing. I only incline press once per week. Just to be safe, it kind of makes logical sense to maybe do an incline press variation, because it might hit the upper pecs a little better. But again, I only do one single incline press variation per week, and like you've seen, like when I wear shirts with a low collar, you can see how thick my upper pecs are, and that's only incline pressing once per week. Every other chest exercise I do, it's just flat pressing. So there's no need to do a high amount of incline press volume. You'll get all the benefit you need from literally only doing one incline press variation.
Feel a shallow incline really, really well in your pecs, then it probably is better. I prefer something between like 30 and 45 degrees. If I get over 45 degrees, I start to feel a lot more shoulders and a lot less pec. A lot of people...
All right, we're going to talk about why I am giving up the flat.
I've already reacted to this video. Greg O'Gallagher is completely and utterly full of shit, and he's flat out lying here. Like, again, this guy in this video claimed, oh, the only benching I do is incline benching. This guy is wearing a shirt with a low collar. The shirt has a higher collar, but like you can see the mass that I have in my upper pecs. Like, it's very obvious. My upper pecs are very filled out. Whereas Greg, it literally looks like he hasn't done a fucking push-up in his life. You cannot see his upper pecs at all. So either he has some of the worst genetics fucking imaginable for pec development, or he's just flat out fucking lying. He is not doing the amount of training he claims to be doing, and if he is, he works out like a fucking bitch. This guy, like, look, he's rich, he's a Nepo baby, he does a lot of traveling, he goes on vacation all the time, hangs out with prostitutes that he pays for. I don't think he's as invested in training as he likes to make it out, that he wants people to think he is. He wants to come off as like Batman or Patrick Bateman, where his whole life revolves around exercise. It just doesn't. If it did, he'd be able to lift more weight. He still hasn't benched 405, which I think he is genetically capable of doing. He's gotten up to like, what, 360 or something? I think he's done 315 for maybe... I think he got 9 or 10 technically, but they weren't... It wasn't an actual 9 or 10. His ass was lifting off the bench, but... He could do a clean, like, 5 or 6 reps with 315. Like, if he really wanted to and trained more consistently and harder, he could do 405. Basically, all of his lifts could be better if he just trained more, but he's clearly not training as much and as hard as he claims to be. So, for a guy who's claiming... he's doing all of this incline pressing volume like 3 times a week. Why the hell doesn't he have a filled out upper chest? Like, again, either he has the worst fucking genetics imaginable for like chest development, or he's just lying and he's not training as much as he says he is. But yeah, that video was just stupid.
Why do Bulgarian split squats have to suck so fucking bad?
Well, they're just fucking hard, dude. I can't actually do Bulgarian split squats because, my left knee doesn't bend as much as my right knee, so when I try to lift my leg up onto a bench, my left knee won't bend enough, and there's like this huge difference in between my my left and right leg when I'm actually bending down and doing the split squat, and it feels super awkward and weird. So I only do lunges because the range of motion ends up being identical between the left and right leg. But yeah, Bulgarian split squats are just hard. They're a very good exercise. I recommend them, but I can't personally do them. At least not like safely and practically. Thanks for the donation, Sky. But yeah, Pick, watch Menno Henselman's video on incline pressing. It's pretty clear that if you're going to do any incline pressing volume, you should only really do like one exercise per week. There's not really any other reason to, like, there's no reason to do any more incline pressing volume than that.
Get into that now.
Well, there's multiple, I mean, obviously we go to the fact that mTOR is going to be probably the main aging pathway through anything dietary related.
Right.
I don't do walking lunges. I just do lunges where I stand in place. There's a few reasons for that. One, it's easier to set up. I don't have to clear a pathway for when I do the lunges. It's also more convenient and easier to load to do lunges with a barbell as opposed to dumbbells. So again, like unracking a barbell, walking to this cleared path I made, it's just more of a pain in the ass. So walking lunges are fine, but I just find it easier to just do lunges where I stand in place and I only do one leg at a time.
Right. mTOR is mostly stimulated by protein, obviously. But on top of that, obviously, there are way more mechanisms of aging, like oxidative stress being the main one, I'd say.
Hey,
so,
thank you,
yeah,
Quash, for the sub. Sorry.
Yeah, we can keep going, but it's a bit of a cope.
Yeah.
Okay, motor unit recruitment. Without carbohydrates converting to glycogen,
yeah, I figured you were gonna say this.
units that you're able to actually recruit while you train.
Yeah, it's so fucking obvious that he watched the video before, because as we keep going, he starts to debunk the claim before I even made it. So it's like, you can't just preface with some fucking bullshit and call it a debunk. It's like, bro, it's not your first take. It's so obvious.
So minimal that your gains are going to be completely limited. And people,
except motor recruitment units aren't dictated by muscle glycogen or glycogen at all whatsoever, or carbohydrates.
They are.
They're dictated by the nervous system.
We got to pause it there.
Yeah, so
it's just raw.
So the nervous system, influenced by the nervous system, well, that is just this is the worst claim in the video. This is the worst claim in the video because it's like, yes, after this claim, I do mention that it's influenced by the nervous system, but guess what influences that? Fucking carbohydrates. So it's just like, dude, like this shit.
I don't understand. Does he not realize that food intake and macronutrient intake can obviously affect your nervous system? Is your nervous system going to be operating the same if you haven't had food for a week? That doesn't make any sense. And then he contradicts himself in a second, because obviously we'll admit we've watched the video, as he wouldn't have done.
Yeah.
So you can continue.
It's like nonsense, man.
Underestimate the amount of carbohydrates you actually need.
Like, I will say, muscle glycogen, if you eat a ton.
Like, by the way, you can tell just by looking at this guy, he's weak and unfit. Like, at least these guys, they look fitter than him, especially this dude. He might be on steroids, but it's just funny listening to these low-carb keto bros who are eating such a shit diet that they're unable to actually exercise hard and train consistently. They're all unfit, out of shape, and then they try to lecture people who are in better shape than them that, oh, you don't need carbohydrates, the main energy source of the body. Oh, it's totally fine to be dehydrated and not be able to, like, store any fucking water. Like, okay, well, you say that, but you're weak and unfit, and you're telling this to people who are in way better shape than you.
Ton of carbs. I can see some arguments for perhaps you'll have a bit better gym performance. But then
oh my god, so he contradicts himself immediately. So this is what happens all the time, is people will say,
is it okay to rest for 3 to 4 minutes between sets on easy bar skull crushers? Like, in theory, you can rest for as long as you want in between any exercise. If you need that sort of rest time to maximize the amount of volume and power production in between each set, then yeah, longer rest times are ideal. You may have issues with time commitment. So most people, you know, have like jobs and other obligations, like, you know, you need to spend time with your kids or something. So if you're doing very long workouts that take like over 2 hours because you're having longer rest breaks, that might be untenable for you. But yeah, longer rest breaks that allow you to have more volume and greater power production from set to set are going to be ideal over shorter rest times that lower volume output and power production. So you can rest as long as you want. You could rest for 10 minutes in between sets, like, again, assuming that it doesn't make you cool down and make it, like, ends up hurting your joints and shit. But if certain exercises just require you to need longer rest times in order to, recover from the fatigue from the previous set, ideally, you know, rest as long as you need.
Yeah, the one benefit that carbohydrates have for training is they can increase training performance. And do they not realize that training performance is directly linked to the training stimulus, which is directly linked to hypertrophic outcomes? Like, if you're not directly recruiting a certain motor unit, you're not growing. So if you're losing out on a few reps from not having enough carbohydrates, that's a few reps worth of motor units that you're not actually going to stimulate hypertrophy in for that session.
Exactly. So, I mean, I'm glad he, somewhat corrected himself, even though it made no fucking sense. But let's keep moving.
Again, you have a lot of people who don't do any carbs, they have fantastic gym performance, and in terms of muscle protein synthesis, there's nothing about carbohydrates required. Like, you can still put on hella muscle just by eating only meat.
Dude.
Yeah, so once again...
But you're missing out on one of the fucking most important growth mechanisms, and not optimizing it. It just completely fucking mind blows me.
It's sort of, he's correct in the sense that the limiting factor of muscle growth is not going to be muscle protein synthesis, but that's completely overlooking the fact that mechanical tension and motor unit recruitment are like two other sides of the coin to hypertrophy, and you are severely limited through limited carbohydrate intake in those regards. So it doesn't, his point there is literally redundant.
All right, yep.
In fact, it's very anabolic actually when you have a lot of like these anabolic amino acids, which again will go and cause an insulin spike. Not a spike, sorry, an insulin bump, a raise.
Yeah, so another instant contradiction. He claims carbohydrates are not going to benefit you muscle protein synthesis-wise or anabolism-wise, but protein will, and then says that the reason that protein will is because of an insulin bump, not an insulin spike, whatever a bump is. But once again, not only is that incorrect because protein actually is anabolic through mTOR and MYOPS, myofibril protein synthesis, but that would literally be an argument for carbohydrates being better since they both stimulate insulin, but carbohydrates just due to a higher magnitude. So once again, doesn't make any sense. Interesting contradiction. We'll continue.
Can you answer my question, please? What question? But do you, like, step forward to lunge or just have one leg out and repeatedly go up and down without moving your feet? Yeah, I just go up and down without moving my feet. I don't know. I don't think there'd be any benefit to actually moving your feet. So I just go up and down, and especially with the knee problems I have, if I'm doing heavy loaded lunges, I'd rather avoid like technical errors and just keep my feet in the same place and have my knee track across my feet the same way each time, than kind of risk misgrooving or something, especially with my left knee. My left knee is like really, really fucked up and I have to be careful.
Used to interact with top guy with deep voice on forums. Dude would tap his face with a hammer to make his bones, actually swelling and scar tissue, bigger and more defined.
Whoa. He's one of those nut jobs. What do they call it? Bone crushing or something? So, like, this dude has literally committed self-harm to make his jaw protrude more. That is fucking unhinged. These dudes have fucking problems. Like, what's weird, too, is These guys are so obsessed with getting girls and like attention and validation from women, and I don't know I don't know anything about him, but I know this guy. He always brags about the girls that he ends up sleeping with, but they're all like single moms. They're all older women who are like well into their 30s, who aren't in particularly good shape, aren't great looking. And he ends up like just fucking these random low class, not great looking women that he meets at these clubs. Like all this effort, like taking steroids and shit for like, you know, for like, okay. He probably could have slept with these girls anyway without putting any fucking effort into it. It's just crazy how overly obsessed these guys are with their appearance. Thanks for the donation, Ken.
All right, let's keep moving.
Is an insulin, which is anabolic. And with so much fat and protein and no carbohydrate, you're going to be anabolic in a muscle building sense, not in a fat building sense.
Another point that doesn't really make sense.
Maximize MUR. And they'll say things like, oh, well, you could have raw honey. Guess what? Raw honey.
I would never recommend that. That's just the natural form of high fructose corn.
Well, the video wasn't about you, you fucking moron. It was about the carnivore diet. And the raw honey, like, stop thinking this shit is about you, man. You're just an idiot. So no, the raw honey thing is definitely perpetuated as some holy grail item. So I'm glad you're not that moronic that you think that raw honey is good, but the fact that you think that this video is about you, it's like, people in my comments were like, oh, you're baiting a face IQ reaction, facial IQ reaction. It's like, no, I'm not. He's a fucking moron. Like, I've got nothing to do with him.
Corn syrup. Again, if you look at the macronutrients, it's just fructose and glucose. There's no nutrition in it to any significant amount. I would never recommend you eat this.
Okay. 17 fucking grams of carbs. So unless you want to be having a pound of raw honey sludge every single day, you're going to need other carb sources. So let's talk about...
Well, why would you ever need a carb source ever? Because, again, you're just going to...
Well, we just explained it for the past 15 minutes, but if you need more, you know. So I'm curious if he reacts to this video or not, because, you know, what is he even going to say? He made a Phalo 27 seconds into his video, so there's no way we'll ever be hearing from Face Low IQ about this fucking topic again, I can assure you.
To be taking your blood sugar homeostasis and disrupting that.
Myron Phalo?
You're going to be raising your blood sugar.
Yeah, what is homeostasis?
Above the 4 grams of glucose your body.
Yeah, maybe we have to buy his course to figure out what homeostasis is. I've never heard of that one before.
Once at any given time, and this will cause advanced location end products. Again, this will cause the insulin...
Ken donated $2. He was injecting and promoting Tren as a teen, so yes, not natty, by the way. Well, yeah, I figured. I saw his before and after, the video he made. And unless puberty hit him like a ton of fucking bricks, yeah, he looked like he was on gear, so not surprising. Tren is one of the dumbest fucking drugs you can possibly fucking take. If you wanted to take anything, just like testosterone and masteron are the most sensible choices. There's no reason whatsoever to take Tren. What a lot of people don't understand is, like, yeah, Tren is more anabolic per gram. But, like, let's say Tren is 50% more anabolic than Masteron. Just take 50% more Masteron to get the same effect. You're going to have less side effects and grow as much muscle. So, you can take... if you can take way more fucking Masteron than you can Tren... then you might as well just take higher doses of fucking Masteron. These kids are like fucking idiot Sarm Goblin morons who don't know anything about fucking steroids and then read some dumb shit on a forum, or like don't have any fucking critical thinking skills and just think, oh yeah, Tren more anabolic, I take Tren. Like, okay, just because it's more anabolic, why would you take it? You could just take more of a safer drug. And I don't know, like, you also have to be a fucking idiot to do steroids when you're in your teens, too. Thanks for the donation, Ken.
To spike and overcorrect, because our body actually kind of sucks with insulin. Then you're hypoglycemic, now you're really hungry. It's just the carb cycle, which is so garbage. Again, no, carbohydrates exogenously are never required ever for not a single task in the human body, just to be clear. Gluconeogenesis will completely take care of that.
Oh, here we go. This is going to be a good one.
For carnivore people, that is gluconeogenesis.
So that's not true. If you're on a very low carbohydrate diet and you have a high activity level, you are perpetually going to be hypoglycemic. You're never going to be able to have enough gluconeogenesis to actually have enough blood sugar. Like, and again, this is why everyone who follows a low-carb diet long-term, they're all out-of-shape weaklings. It's because they literally can't exercise. If they actually exercised as much as I did, or I do, they're going to be perpetually hypoglycemic and not be able to move.
It's a big word, and you've probably never heard of it. So let me break
Oh,
it
yeah,
down. Why it's not a valid argument for carnivore diet. So let's break down the word first of all. Glucose obviously refers to glucose, but neo means new. So this word essentially means the production of new glucose. So on low-carb diet,
Indeed.
carbohydrates that you're eating are being broken down through various enzymes to maintain a blood glucose level on average of about 100 to 200. And then the excess glucose is converted into glycogen and stored in the liver. This excess glycogen is being stored in front of in case our blood glucose levels fall below a certain threshold. And this usually occurs while we sleep. But since the carnivore diet doesn't give people exogenous carbs, they don't have that glycogen in storage to replenish their blood glucose level once it falls below that threshold. So this takes us back to that word gluconeogenesis. So where exactly are we going to generate this new glucose from? Well, guess what? It's going to be coming from protein. And you might hear, well, I got all this extra protein to convert anyway, so it's totally fine. What's the complex?
This is true, by the way. If you eat an actual proper carnivore diet, like let's say you take me for example, I eat around 3 pounds of steak a day. I
3 pounds of fucking disgusting fatty sludge. So let's do our segment on dietary fat, because that is, you know, a lot of people don't know that's the most absurd part of the video, the 3 pounds of steak, but it really is. So let's talk about dietary fat. When you're having 3 pounds of steak every single day, most of it is fatty meat, like he's saying that fatty meat is most optimal for carnivores. You don't realize how bad your protein to fat ratio is, and the fact that he claims that fat is twice as satiating, so that the extra calories don't actually matter, is laughable, and that's the point we'll address when he makes it in the future. But dietary fat is completely ruining your macronutrient profile, right? You can actually make gains through the mTOR, myofibril protein synthesis, as well as MUR, and maximize these two metrics, right? And if we remove dietary fat, we could still actually be getting leaner while maximizing our two growth pathways in the gym by completely removing this dog shit. So the fact that you think it's a good idea to eat 3 pounds of this shit every single day, it just completely fucking mind fucks me, quite frankly. And you know, Androgenics introduced a lot of these new points into the PSL discussion about dietary fat, so I'm gonna let him take it away on this.
I'm fucking bored. Donate Chillers. This is the most insane hockey goal of all time.
Got there first for Wayne Gretzky's Coyotes. Phoenix trailing by 4 with 8:15 to go in the third. Jones keeps it hot on the outside, and Brendan Witzman everywhere for Washington to play clear. Ovechkin storming in. Alexander Ovechkin curl and drag to the back end. He scores! Simply sensational!
Ovechkin is pretty fucking goated. But yeah, that was a pretty sick goal. I wouldn't say it's the most insane, but it's pretty sick. Thanks for the donation. I'm fucking bored.
On this point as well.
Yeah, so if you're interested in hypertrophy, I can mute myself. What the fuck is this?
Yeah.
Yeah, if your sole focus is hypertrophy, or at least your main focus is hypertrophy, you do want to be minimizing fat intake, because obviously you only have so many calories to expend. So you want your calories to come from areas that are actually going to benefit your training. So obviously you want around about 0.7 to 1 grams per pound of protein. So you got sufficient myobs to like build new myofibrils. And then you need enough carbohydrates so that you're not limited in mechanical tension and motor unit recruitment. So here's an example. Let's say you're hitting your protein, but then you're also having a lot of fat. That means that you'll need to be in a surplus to eat enough carbohydrates. So you'll be gaining fat just in order to have sufficient, decent training. Or if you have sufficient protein and high fat, and you choose to eat at maintenance, which would require low carbohydrates, your training performance is going to be awful. And this is why a lot of people get their training performance destroyed in a cut. It's because they don't understand that you're meant to mainly get rid of fat and have pure protein and carbs, so that your training can actually remain the same while losing fat. You know, they'll take everything down relatively, you know, in correlation with each other, every macro, and so their carbs and protein will be so insufficient at that point because they'll still be having too much fat.
Yeah, absolutely. So just completely eviscerating, any chance of having performance, while getting leaner. It's laughable that fat is a prioritized.
It's not rocket science. There is a reason.
Thoughts on glucosamine supplementation? They give it to dogs and horses for joints. I don't think it does shit. It's just a protein. That's all it is. And it ends up having to be broken down into amino acids and then reformed. So if it has any effect on like cartilage regeneration, like any protein source would have that same benefit. So I don't think it actually does jack shit.
And why every bodybuilder eats chicken and rice.
Yeah.
Like, you know, it's not some mystery.
And we'll talk about the testosterone thing, right? How it's necessary to synthesize testosterone, because you've heard the point a million times from fucking Balsacadino and Shitacruz medicinals. We'll work on that name, but so he's about to mention how it is absolutely necessary for hormonal function. Since we admit that we watched the video before this, so
that's a fair way into the future, but we'll get there.
Yeah, we'll get into that towards the end of the video. So let's keep going.
If you do the math in terms of how much gluconeogenesis we'll use and how much I need to be optimal for muscle protein synthesis, both are covered. By far. It's not close.
By far. That's an interesting claim.
That is complete and utter horseshit. Again, why, like, this guy is weak, out of shape, can't train. If you're training with ideal volumes for muscle growth, you're not going to be able to replenish muscle glycogen on a low-carb diet. You're just going to be constantly hypoglycemic.
I really have to get into this.
Yeah. So sorry guys that we keep pausing, but this whole video is so shit that it requires a pause every 10 seconds. I swear to God, it's the worst fucking video I've ever
so it's
seen.
the entire gluconeogenesis curve. So he says he has 3 pounds of steak per day. So that's around about 300 to 350 grams of protein per day, which, yeah, that's a lot, right? But now he's claiming that he would be able to undergo enough gluconeogenesis to have enough glucose and glycogen and still have enough protein, right? So let's calculate this. Let's say he's like 200 pounds, maybe probably a bit over. He doesn't look that low body fat, and he's like pretty tall, right?
6'6".
Let's say he's 220, so he needs to be hitting at least 160 plus protein. We'll call that on a low. And the way it works is gluconeogenesis, 1 gram of protein converts into about, generously speaking, about 0.7 grams of glucose. So let's say he's got 350 grams of protein, being generous, minus 160, so we've got 190 to work with. 190 times 0.7, that is like what, 0.33 or something, or 0.3, I don't know, around there. 0.
Just pull up a calculator.
0.36, some shit around that.
Yeah.
What am I even saying? So about 130 grams, right? About 130 to 140 grams. That's not sufficient carbohydrates at all. 130 grams.
Yeah.
That's what I eat on like a 1,000 calorie day. Like if I'm in like a 3,000 calorie deficit, of course that's not enough carbohydrates for optimal training. That's severely lacking.
All right, so let's keep moving. Yeah, and we talk about how it's a dog shit inefficient
Anyone
process.
doing this
And just because it's a natural process doesn't mean it's like better. It's 2025. Like,
do not fall
yes,
for the meme that the 4 grams of glucose at a time that slowly has to be created through gluconeogenesis. The idea that's going to be taking away amino acids from your gains, nonsense. Trust me. Unless you're eating garbage keto foods, like you're eating keto cookies and garbage like that.
Myron, the not a true Scotsman.
It's biosynthetic process that's not really optimal. Gluconeogenesis.
It's not optimal, yet it's been our main source of glucose for all of our evolution. It's what we're adapted to. We're not.
Yeah, exactly. Natural stuff is nobody gives.
It has not been the main source of glucose throughout our evolutionary history. Please explain amylase copy gene mutations. If gluconeogenesis was the main source of glucose throughout our evolutionary history, then why do we have amylase copy gene mutations? Clearly, we were eating high carbohydrate diets.
Gives a fuck what's natural and what's not, man.
Naturalistic fallacy.
It's about results. Oh, sorry, I didn't put
How
that.
ironic is it? Because he's a pro-surgery.
Yeah, he is.
He admits that his genetics fault him in his face, but he thinks they wouldn't fault him elsewhere.
Yeah, exactly.
Adapted to shoving large
That's a really good point, though.
fruits full of fructose down our stomach. Down our
People have
throats,
polymorphisms where they've got
extremely slow in comparison.
I
Sorry, go ahead.
was going to say people have polymorphisms where they have extreme sensitivities to LDL, such that half their family dies from atherosclerosis, right? And the thought that these people shouldn't take a medication to improve their cholesterol, right, when they have a polymorphism that puts them at such risk is ridiculous. Like, humans are flawed people. We have polymorphisms that put us in danger of certain diseases. And the thought that you should just eat what's natural in order to live your best life is ridiculous.
Yeah, and speaking of, LDL cholesterol, so if you guys are looking for retatrutide, to actually thrash your lipids in half, you could check out bulkpeptides.net with code androgenic for 10% off retatrutide. Promise you it's going to be the cheapest you find. So,
I mean, most people should probably be on retatrutide. It's kind of funny how, it's the social media grift. Like, these peptides are legal to sell, at least under the, research, exemption. So these people end up getting partnered with these peptide companies just to make money, but most of these influencers don't even know what any of these fucking peptides do. At least he's promoting like retatrutide. Like, again, honestly, most people should probably be on retatrutide.
So anyway, let's keep going.
Carbohydrates. So you.
Yes, because you only need 4 grams of glucose in your bloodstream at a time. And gluconeogenesis is demand driven, by the way. So if you need a lot more, it will be faster.
Dude, I don't know why this fuckhead is rolling his eyes and doing all this shit when he's just so blatantly wrong.
I know
it's laughable, man. It's laughable. I don't know if he's that delusional or that low IQ that he doesn't even know.
Yeah, bro, spiking your blood sugar.
Hey, Gum Gum. What are you doing? Gum Gum. What's going on? Gum Gum. Oh my god. Hey, Gum Gum. Oh, that's a good baby.
Yeah, that's a good baby. Yeah, that's a good baby Gum Gum. Oh, I love my Gum Gum. Yeah, that's a good baby. Scratching my chair. Ah. No biting.
It's faster. You're right. It is faster.
Who are not having adequate glycogen, which is why anyone doing the carnivore diet is going to have suboptimal amounts of glucose. So let's come back to motor unit recruitment and why it matters for hypertrophy.
Let's do it.
Motor unit recruitment, or MUR, is a process where the central nervous system activates more motor units to produce muscle.
Oh, so he does understand that the nervous system regulates it.
Of course I do. Of course I wouldn't make a fucking video on something if I didn't know about it, right? I guess that's where we differ, because you have no fucking idea.
Where speak out of turn, he does. And muscular endurance. And obviously without the glycogen fueling this extra motor unit recruitment, you're not going to be having the extra muscle contractions that are conducive to hypertrophy. And you might be wondering, does motor unit recruitment still occur if I don't have any carbs at all?
Yes.
But it's certainly not as optimal. Let's
Okay, there's your claim. I'm gonna have a problem if there's not evidence or reasoning.
Okay, so here we go. It's time to pull up the evidence because we have
5 studies.
Yeah, we have quite a bit of studies. Oh, more than 5 actually. So let's take a look at the study here. I will pop that onto the screen here. Okay. Here is study number 1, and let me pull up study number 2. Oh wait, here is the next one. So, and if you don't believe me, we'll keep going down the line here. Let's see if we got anything else. Nope, that's it for now. But anyway, that should suffice. I think that kind of sealed the deal on his scopes, right? So there's your claim, there's your study, more than one study. So what the fuck are you going to say about it now? And that's significant, right? So obviously I went through those kind of quick, so people would have to pause. But these are, we could pull up, what study do you want to look at first to really go through and seal the deal? Do you want to look at the one about natural bodybuilders?
We can just go through the first one.
Okay, let's take a look at the first one. Strength-trained lifters, I will put that on screen. So strength-trained lifters who habitually consume less carbohydrates display reduced hypertrophy and smaller strength gains. This may be related to fatigue mechanisms that occur when exercising with lower muscle glycogen or lower blood glucose, right? So this is exactly what we're talking about.
Yep.
We're talking about how carnivore people have suboptimal glucose. That's the claim. That's the study. So I don't know what the fuck you're going to say about that now.
And again, this plays out in reality. All of these people who eat a low-carb diet, none of them are strong, have much muscle mass, are physically fit. They're all out of shape weaklings. And how could they possibly get into shape if they don't have the energy to train?
The carnivore diet, you know, maybe for some people, if you are dealing with severe acne and it works for you, fucking great. But to call it conducive to hypertrophy and conducive to, you know, shit like that is laughable, right? So,
and then the fourth study.
Okay. I'll go
it
down
directly
here.
says that
2, 3.
low muscle glycogen increases CNS fatigue, which is funny because he was arguing that the nervous system controlling MUR somehow means anything, when obviously carbs control the nervous system, which controls MUR.
Okay, so we'll keep moving on there. So there you go, man. I hope that does it for you. But are you going to try to invalidate every single study like you did for the one that I referenced in the video? He's like, oh, that's a bad study. So
talk about glycogen.
Oh, just move on. Guys, it's just because I said so.
No, it's not because I said so. So I've been doing videos for a long enough time where I've established credibility that I'm not like you. I'm not a fucking complete moron who just speaks out of turn and makes up random nonsense and uses speculation and fear mongering. So I guess my bad for making so many good videos that I think that I could just, you know, make one claim in a 10-minute long video or whatever, however long the video was, without adding a visual aid. So my bad.
On aesthetics specifically. So glycogen and water essentially form a bond inside your muscles that make them look fuller and round. So you'll notice when you're in a state of depletion.
Also inside your face, by the way.
Yeah, we already cleared that up.
Yeah.
Completely debunked it.
No carbs. You look a little bit smaller, even though you actually haven't lost any weight. Now let's take a look at thyroid function.
Is his voice just super delayed?
Even though you
I fucked up the recording.
Now let's take a look at thyroid function when having low carbohydrate diets. If we look at a study in obese women on a very low calorie diet of around 1,000 calories per day, it shows that T3
Obese women, 1,000 calories a day. All right, this is off to a great start. This is a great study.
levels decreased by 35% on a low carb diet and low calorie diet, whereas T3 levels only decreased by 17.9% for the people on the high carb variation of the diet.
What a shit, just absolute shit study, man. Absolutely dog shit. You need, well, firstly, in this study, you would need to make sure that the low carb group is only eating meat and animal foods. They can't be eating keto snacks or seeds or avocados. They'd actually have to be eating the proper diet. It's
just a ridiculous claim.
Just garbage. And why are they obese? It's just stupid. And that's just one of the most dog shit studies I've ever heard.
How are you going to conduct a weight loss study on people who don't have excess body fat? Like, yeah, let's recruit Olympic athletes that have like 5% body fat for a weight loss study. Like, fucking retarded. No shit, a weight loss study is going to have overweight volunteers. Who the fuck else is going to be recruited for a weight loss study? Like, so stupid.
same amount.
Dude, it's just like there's something for everything, right? So we give you your fucking study that you're whining about 2 seconds ago, but then when I read off my citations, you're this is dog shit. It's like, dude, the fuck, and then you throw
You
on
said
like
it was bad at the point of just an obese woman consuming 1,000 calories. Like, how can that be bad if you haven't even seen the methods?
Yeah, exactly. It's insane. So it's
and
just,
calories don't apply to highly processed food. Yeah, close there.
calories are fake, guys. So
Yeah, should we talk about that?
yeah, I mean, what did you say about that before?
Well, we should talk about the fact that I suppose every single study, every single meta-analysis that has made a solid conclusion based on calories, and every single bodybuilder, every single bodybuilding coach who has ever precisely counted calories and come to a very precise result due to such calorie counting and everything, I suppose they all got there either by coincidence and luck, or they're all in on some conspiracy. Like, in my opinion, if you believe that calories somehow don't apply to humans, you're like a tier of tinfoil hatter that basically can be compared to a flat earther.
Yep, exactly. And let's see how many people there are currently that are in this camp, right? So let's take a look. Where's it? He didn't like his school in the bio. Okay, I was gonna say. Let's see.
Thermodynamic systems.
Reduction in T3 level. So obviously your thyroid is key in your metabolic.
Right, and this just one more point real quick, guys. This is what we always see from this community, right? A lot of speculation and a lot of fear mongering. They're not really people who rely on studies to convince you of their diet. It's just this big cabal of people of the shadowy organization that are manipulating studies on a broad scale. It's like, guys, who are we kidding? Do you really believe this shit?
Which means you're going to be burning more calories throughout the day.
You don't burn calories as a human.
Proper thyroid.
Unless you're a closed thermodynamic system. Unless you're you're a new type of human. You don't do that.
Function. And that's going to be conducive to looks maxing because, as we all know, lean is law.
And he also doesn't understand that lower T3 actually just shows you're just more metabolically efficient. You just don't need the T3 to be so high with no carbs because you're very efficient at oxidizing fat. But wow, this video is not looking great.
But the carnivore diet is
dude. The fact that you say that after making like, is anyone in the chat counting the amount of phalos? But someone said collab versus Goatis. Goatis is even worse, man. So we'll never have any of these carnivore people on because I'm not having legitimate conspiracy theorists. Like, they do not root in science. This is complete nonsense.
Fat densities. Fatty meats like steak have terrible protein to fat ratios, usually at about 80% protein and 20%. And the thing that you have to consider is every single gram of fat is double the calories of a gram.
Yeah, we know, man.
More actually, since it's 9 calories per gram of
It's
fat.
more dense. Again, calories are not accurate. You should understand this. But.
Versus 4. Dietary fat does not...
What? Why is he trying to speak to me like some figure of authority while saying the most fucking outrageous... Yeah, dude, literally. You should know this, by the way. I am the figure of authority, right? Listen to me, guys, but all my info is complete fucking nonsense.
Contribute in any way to any necessary growth pathway that's going to actually give you gains in the gym. And you might...
I'll talk about
maybe
this.
if you're roiding. Yeah, maybe if you're roiding, you can do the rice and chicken diet. But for those of us not on gear, for those of us that don't want a small...
For those of us with really tiny necks who are natty cucks, we rely on fat. But let's talk about it for a second. So do you actually need dietary fat as a natural? So yes, it is necessary for the synthesis of testosterone. There's no cope for that at all from our side. But let's talk about how clinically insignificant it's going to be, right? So we're talking about fluctuations of
Like, by the way, you can have very, very low fat intake and produce high amounts of testosterone. You don't need that much fat. As long as you're getting in enough essential fats and you're also getting enough EPA, DHA, and vitamin D, you don't need a high amount of fat. You can get very, very low as long as your essential fat intake is adequate and you have enough vitamin D.
Maybe triple digit at best in terms of nanograms per deciliter, right? So if we drop down, say 100 nanograms, even 200 nanograms per deciliter of testosterone just by reducing the amount of dietary fat we're having, the effect on hypertrophy is so fucking minimal. You guys have to understand, in terms of testosterone, even when you double it, it is not that significant, right? In terms of making gains in the gym, some of you guys might be on, say, 250 test, 200 test. That might have doubled your testosterone if you're a good responder in terms of nanograms per deciliter. Did that double your gains? Did TRT do that much for you? Probably fucking not. And we're talking about 1/10 of that, right? So if you think that's going to matter, then you're a moron, first of all. And the next thing to note is you are sacrificing, optimizing the two growth pathways that we actually know are significant by just ruining your macronutrient profile once again. So it's like, do you want to just completely shit all over your body composition for this extra 200 nanograms per deciliters? Generously, by the way.
Yeah, I have a friend who went on TRT. I think his testosterone was around like 150 to 180 nanograms per deciliter. And the TRTs has him fluctuating between like 1300 and 1500. So he increased his testosterone by at least 5 times. And that made a huge difference. He's gaining way more fucking muscle, but doubling it isn't going to make that big of a difference.
Of testosterone when you can completely optimize your body's hypertrophy mechanisms by just removing this dog shit macronutrient. So do you want to add to that a little bit?
Yeah, but what I would say is, I always like to use the analogy that if you're going to poison...
Is eating potatoes every day enough not to worry about protein, assuming you count macros or at least watch what you're eating? If you're only eating potatoes and you're eating enough calories, that will be enough protein to like sustain your life. It's not like you're gonna die. So you are getting enough essential protein in, but you're not going to maximize hypertrophy or prevent muscle wasting when you're older. So you are going to want to either supplement with protein powder or just add in some high protein foods like tofu or add beans to your diet. But like you are getting enough protein where, yeah, you're not going to die. You're going to be fine, and you're probably going to feel fine.
Yourself with fat to the extent where obviously you're either going to be gaining fat or you're not going to be having enough carbohydrates to train properly. For an extra, maybe 100, 200 NGDL. He claimed 200 NGDL as if it was, tangible and significant, right? So let's go with 200 NGDL. I would say that is like burning down your house to kill a spider, because I would actually say that having zero fat and having 200 NGDL less, but having higher carbohydrates, you will actually have better gym performance, you'll be stronger, and you actually build more muscle because you'll have better motor unit recruitment and mechanical tension from what those extra carbohydrates provided than what the fat would have provided in hormonal testosterone increases, which would have completely insignificant effects on my...
Richard got the jab, donate $2 based. Let me see.
I couldn't exactly pinpoint the year, but one time I was watching one of those ads on TV, pharmaceutical ads, and one of the statements in it, I think it was for like some sort of procedure, and it said in the end credits or whatever, it says, please tell your doctor if you or someone in your house has recently been vaccinated. And I was like, what does someone in my house having a vaccine, what does that have to do with me getting this procedure done? And then I found out, shedding. So if someone
There's no such thing as vaccine shedding.
gets a vaccine, they get
So this is a dumbass who just saw some bullshit post on Reddit or something.
a vaccine, a live vaccine, and then they're around, say, me who's recovering from a procedure whose immune system is down. Person who just got a vaccine comes in and is sweaty, whatever, they're shedding their vaccine off of them, they could infect me.
They're just retarded. Shit, so COVID vaccine shedding is actually real after all.
There is some...
So their scientific source for this is a podcast with Jillian Michaels.
New work out this week that is suggesting that shedding may actually be real. And what Robert Malone, who was one of the creators of the mRNA platform, has said...
Cool, show me the scientific source. Oh, none. It's kind of interesting how people go through 12 years of public school, and over that course of time, they still do not learn what scientific evidence is. Like, it's just fucking retarded. Like, people literally don't learn anything from fucking public school. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
IOPS, mechanical tension, motor unit recruitment, any of it.
Yep, exactly. All right, so let's keep moving on here.
Small ball sack and infertility, you do need dietary fat.
Here we go. Infertile from roids, right? Because there's no solutions for that, guys. God forbid, you had to take HCG for your fertility. It's like, but I guess you couldn't be fucked to make the most basic mention of fertility drugs, right? So
again, where else are you gonna... But it's actually, if you try and look into the literature on it, if you actually do an ounce of research, whereas obviously this guy speaks out of turn, completely out of his depth in every category. Like, he didn't really even know how motor unit recruitment worked remotely, right? But he still decided to speak on it and make himself look like a clown. If you actually delve into the literature, permanent infertility from androgens is almost non-existent. It's pretty much as rare as some guy's heart randomly exploding at 15, right? It basically doesn't happen.
Right. So,
and there are many levels to this infertility, right? So you have a base level of infertility in terms of like...
Oh my god.
Look, everybody. It's Gum Gum. Do you see this? This is Gum Gum. Oh my god, you are so big and handsome. How's my big handsome kitty? You know I love you, Gum Gum. You're such a nice kitty. Look at him. Look at him. You're so big and handsome.
What are you doing, Gum Gum? What's this big cat bite up to? Hmm? What's going on here? That's a good Gum Gum.
Oh, I'm on androgens right now. I am infertile right now. And then, what if you come off and then you're no longer infertile? And then let's say you're still infertile by that point. HCG. You're telling me HCG therapy, completely coming off, you're still infertile. Well then, add in HMG, recombinant FSH, and other peptides. Are you still infertile? Because the chances of that happening are 1 in many thousands.
Yeah.
21st donated $2. I agree public school sucks. We should stop funding it and let parents choose private education or they can teach their kids. That would probably be worse. Most people can't afford private school. So, you'd have more kids getting, like, literally no education whatsoever. They won't learn any more in public school anyway. I doubt that. Not for the reasons you cite, though. Vaccine shedding is real. MSM admits it. That's great. Show me scientific source. Thanks for the donation, dude.
And the next thing that you really got to keep in mind is this is someone who doesn't understand nuance, who doesn't provide you nuance, but maybe he does understand it. We took a look at the raw milk video that he replied to of mine, where he shows the loss in minerals through the high heat pasteurization process, but he failed to note how insignificant the starting point was, right? So he's talking about how these water soluble vitamins, you're losing 20 to 50%, I believe was the citation, but that's like having 50 cents and then you lose 25. It's like, you wouldn't give a fuck. It wasn't a significant source of these minerals to begin with. So the fact that you're losing some in the high heat pasteurization, it's like big fucking deal. But does he mention this? No, God forbid raw milk, So it's just like, man, this guy is such a moron. Baseball IQ is a complete understatement.
Your essential vitamins like A, D, and K2, and in real significant amounts, vitamin E as well, and your cholesterol. Why would you ever avoid fat? Come on, bro. This isn't like the year 2000 where it's like high protein, high carb. Like, people understand the importance of this now. Fat is essential nutrition for your hormone levels.
But dietary fat is necessary for the synthesis of testosterone.
Indeed.
It is so clinically insignificant. It's not even worth mentioning. So it just completely...
Claim, we need evidence and reasoning. We need evidence and reasoning for that claim. Because I'll try to find...
But you don't need evidence for any of your claims. Got it.
Studies to put in my references. I've actually looked at a lot of studies in people who eat very lean.
Are they there? Are they in the references?
No. No, they're not in the references. And I'm sure we could, if you want to pull that up off screen, I can't because my OBS is on the other monitor and shit. But if you want to pull up citations on testosterone levels and reduction of dietary fat within the diet, I'm sure you would come to an extremely similar conclusion. That's why we were purposely generous with our claim, right? So, the fact, even 200 nanograms per deciliter, I would be willing to wager that it's not even that high when we completely remove dietary fat.
21st only tellers, if you want a scientific source, you can just look it up. The literal founder of the mRNA vaccine came out and said vaccine shedding is real. A guy who dedicated his life to creating a vaccine. You mean the, are you talking about that dipshit that was on the Joe Rogan podcast, who wasn't ever able to make the mRNA vaccine work, who's an AIDS denier? Who was deliberately lying about the mRNA vaccine because he was trying to come up with a competing technology? Again, I don't know why it's so easy for you to link me some bullshit on Twitter or something, but you can't link me one single scientific source. You can find a scientific paper that will say anything. That's great. So, you're just an idiot. Thanks for that.
So is that a study or do you have something like that in your citations or no?
Can't say I do.
Okay, well, we'll come back to that in a little bit, but anyway.
Eats like 98.2 ground beef and then carbs versus those that eat a lot of fat and dietary cholesterol, and it is associative, but the testosterone difference of free test is like 200 more NGDL. Okay, like
what?
The idea that dietary fat is what we biologically
that claim just seems so absurd. That's why it's not in the reference, right? Because that's such an absurd claim.
Adapted to consume. Okay, again, we used to eat very fatty megafauna like mammoths, right? We would take down a mammoth, we would just eat the fat. We would eat a lot of the muscle meat, the fat, the organs, even drink.
Once again, we're talking about prehistoric time periods for our dietary advice, right? So this is once again the naturalistic,
the blood. You look at the Inuit, for example, a very natural tribe. They eat 100% raw sea life animals.
They don't eat 100% marine mammals. They actually do eat some plants, and they're very unfit and unhealthy. And by the way, they also don't eat a zero-carb diet. Marine mammals store a very high amount of carbohydrates in their skin, It's an adaptation to having to hold their breath underwater for very prolonged periods of time. So the population of people he's talking about, they're not known for being physically fit and healthy. And on top of that, they don't even eat a low-carb diet.
Sometimes some seals.
Dodo donate $2. Are we reacting to Richard, reacting to someone, reacting to someone, reacting to someone, reacting to someone? What has YouTube become? Somebody sent me this video and wanted me to react to it, so thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Some fish, whatever. They cut them open, they drink the blood, they eat the organs.
What was the best Battlefield game? Battlefield 3.
They eat the blubber, the fat, right? Like,
what the fucking fuck is this anecdote, man?
It has essential nutrition. You will literally be deficient.
No one cares.
Dude, what the fuck? Like, dude, it's just so ridiculous.
Animal fats. Just like, look at how many people, even from my school, went carnivore, didn't starve themselves. They had huge debloating fat loss transformations without starving themselves.
Debloating transformation right here.
There's no restriction. In a fat oxidizing state, you don't have to starve yourself. Your insulin's at a proper level, which is a fat storage hormone. So it blows your mind that people are eating a macronutrient, which we are biologically adapted to eat, and that has essential nutrition. That blows your mind.
Actually, no benefit at all. So you absolutely should not be doing the carnivore.
I mean, listen, bro, if everyone that he coaches is on roids, there is less of a benefit.
We're getting there.
But you still want vitamin A just for your eyesight. You still want vitamin D because that does indirectly help with your testosterone synthesis. So.
Or diet at all costs.
As if you need to get this from a dog shit piece of fucking steak that most people can't even afford in this economy. He makes a claim that it's $3 a pound for ground beef. It's like fucking where? Like, that's not a thing. Ground beef is like $11 a pound at this point.
Considering all of these things. Let's talk about...
But you haven't really given a good argument yet. Not even one. And don't even get...
Well, I mean, after this, there's no... I mean, this was a pretty good video, pretty concise. The fact that you called it a bad argument, you know, whatever, but I'm sure there's going to be no copes left after you take a look at...
Maybe started with advanced glycation end products that are formed from carbohydrates. But, you know, and the random stuff.
Does he not realize that red meat, dairy have advanced glycation products even when raw? And then obviously the red meat that he consumes 3 pounds of per day, God forbid he cooks it. And, you know, obviously the Maillard reaction causes even more advanced glycation end products on it. Like, what is he talking about? Does he not realize that carbohydrates only cause such in significant amounts if you're highly insulin resistant or diabetic?
Did he really make the fucking claim that he eats 3 pounds? Because that's almost impressive, like how disgusting that is.
Imagine consuming 3 pounds of steak per day and taking some high ground on advanced glycation end products.
Not to mention, that's just impressive in of itself if you're able to eat 3 pounds of steak, just raw, disgusting, right? No? I mean, that seems
like activation, but just ignore that, guys.
As well. People who do low-carb diets often experience lower testosterone levels. In conclusion...
Low-carb diets is not an attack on the carnivore diet. If someone's eating a bunch of lettuce and seeds and avocados... and
yeah, there we go.
That's low-carb. You don't know how... You should not be speaking on things you don't know how to interpret. Just because your T3 level is lower does not mean if your thyroid function's worse. By the way, there's other thyroid hormones and other hormones that adjust when your T3 is...
Yeah, T4 as well. So there's T4, but we could see that there's a very similar change in T4 as well from within the studies that I referenced that you just kind of wrote off. You said, oh, it's dog shit. You know, like you pointed out, because I didn't even notice that when I was...
This guy doesn't really know anything about thyroid hormones. T3 and reverse T3 are the most relevant thyroid hormones when it comes to metabolic function. That's why they don't even bother testing T4 on any of these tests.
I was watching that he shrugged off the study like after I said 3 words of it. So so the fact of the matter is we did address that already. You just showed me here your triglycerides, face low IQ, but my triglycerides only 53 milligrams per deciliter compared to God only knows. My total cholesterol 152 milligrams per deciliter, HDL 58 milligrams per deciliter, LDL is 94 milligrams per deciliter. And the fact that you say that the LDL biomarker does not fucking matter, that's one of the other carnivore copes that's pretty fantastic to me. Yeah, so the lipid panel is very, very important for you know, cardiovascular health, and that's the main reason that steroids take such a toll on people. But I guess if you're only eating steak and you're not eating keto cookies, you'll be all good. So let's see.
And is the idea that carnivore is going to do this? That's just fucking retarded. Come on, man. This is such a bad faith video. This is what happens if you eat a lot of carbs. By definition, it raises your insulin, which is a fat storage hormone. Again, it ruins your hunger signaling hormones like ghrelin and leptin. It's not satiating. Come on, bro. What is this video?
The insulin hypothesis has been completely debunked.
Carnivore also made me gay. Is that bad faith enough for you? Guys, just in case you're wondering, it does make you gay.
Not to mention, it's extremely expensive to eat this way. If you want to...
It's like $3 a pound for ground beef, bro, in bulk. Come on, bro.
Wrong. Where the fuck are you getting that?
Check out my school community where we actually deal in science instead of bullshit. That's going to be linked in the description.
Right.
Well, this video was not very conducive to that claim.
It was. We just proved it to you. We just proved that we are on the side of science. 6 studies agreeing with us. Central nervous system being influenced directly by carbohydrates. There's no...
Yeah, they were very spot on in this video. I agreed with everything they said. These carnivore people are just fucking retarded. Let's see.
Yes, last week the media dropped a story that they considered an absolute bombshell. Donald Trump says he hasn't ruled out running for a third term. Now, it seems like we've been through this before on this channel, and I didn't expect to have to relitigate this question quite so soon. So everyone, listen up. The Constitution does not give President Trump the power to serve a third term. The 22nd Amendment says he cannot do it. And while I agree it's important to take most of Trump's threats seriously, America is in immediate and serious danger because of the challenge that Trump poses to the rule of law. So let's try and keep our eyes on the ball because he's threatening to burn America's justice system to the ground right now. With that being said, today let's summarize the law in the 22nd Amendment, its history, and the reasons why we need to stop focusing on emergencies that are 4 years in the future, and then never talk about this ever again. Now, to understand why Trump can't run for a third term, we need to look at why presidents are term limited. When the framers debated the Constitution, Alexander Hamilton and James Madison had the truly terrible idea that the president should be nominated by Congress to serve for life. This was rejected for the obvious reason. The U.S. had declared independence from Great Britain because they did not want to be ruled by a monarch. Hamilton's proposal would have created an elective monarchy similar to the Vatican. One person becomes the head honcho until they die. But instead, the framers came up with a compromise, an electoral college system where the president would have no term limits. The original Constitution, ratified in 1789, made the office of president a 4-year position. It also created an office of vice president, who would be the president's successor in the event the president could no longer serve. And the framers are lauded as political.
Last time I got my LDL checked, it was at 85, and my triglycerides were extremely low. I think they're in like the 30s or 40s.
Geniuses, but they had some really, truly stupid ideas. And apart from maybe slavery and selective suffrage, perhaps the dumbest idea that the framers had is that the person who finished second in the presidential election would win the vice presidency. But luckily, the Constitution was amended to fix that incredibly stupid oversight. More on that in a second. But in 1789, George Washington was unanimously elected president. He wound up serving 4 years and then winning a second term. He could have won again, but instead he decided to retire.
I'm stepping down, I'm not running for president.
And although Washington's retirement created a custom or a norm that presidents should retire after 2 terms, there was never a law stopping a president from serving a third term. And a few of them tried it. Ulysses S. Grant ran for a third term but lost the Republican primary to James Garfield. Grover Cleveland, the first president to win 2 non-consecutive terms, had a shot at a third when the Democratic Party nominated him again, but he declined. So Washington's decision to serve only 2 terms established a tradition that all presidents followed until the 20th century. Then cracks appeared. When Teddy Roosevelt lost the Republican nomination to William Howard Taft, he ran for a third term in 1912 under the Progressive Bull Moose Party. He split the Republican vote and Woodrow Wilson won. Wilson eventually sought a third term, but Democrats didn't nominate him. So you can see the pattern developing here. But in the 20th century, the norm of the 2-term president was not destined to hold. Then at the height of the Great Depression in 1933, with 24.9% of the nation's total workforce unemployed, along comes Franklin Delano Roosevelt. FDR's first 2 terms were focused on getting America through the Great Depression and rebuilding the country. Many of Roosevelt's reforms, like Social Security, were enormously popular. That's why voters easily gave Roosevelt a third term. Then during World War II, Roosevelt ran for a 4th term and won again. The only thing that could stop Roosevelt was death, and he died 83 days into his final 4th term. But Congress did not approve of President Roosevelt serving more than 2 terms. And in 1947, Republican majorities in the House and Senate passed a constitutional amendment stipulating that, quote, no person shall be elected to the office of president more than twice. After he passed, Harry Truman served 2 terms and he wanted a third, but the Democratic Party nominated someone else. Finally, in 1951, the states ratified the 22nd Amendment, which states, quote, no person shall be elected to the office of president more than twice, and no person who has held the office of president or acted as president for more than 2 years of a term to which some other person was elected president shall be elected to the office of president more than once. The 22nd Amendment says a person can only be elected to president 2 times for a total of 8 years. A person can serve for a maximum of 10 years in the case of a president who ascended to the position as vice president, assuming that they ascended to the office of president roughly halfway through their predecessor's term. So that means it is theoretically possible for a president to serve more than 8 years in office under some very narrow circumstances. And the 22nd Amendment also addresses the scenario where a person serves less than 2 years of another president's term. This can happen if a president dies, resigns, or is impeached, and someone else steps in to fill their shoes. In this case, if the vice president serves more than 2 years of the term, they're officially only allowed to be elected once. And this was a situation for Vice President Gerald Ford, who became president after Richard Nixon resigned in 1973. Ford was only eligible to be elected once. So now let's address the core question, can Donald Trump run for a third term? Now, if you're going to violate the Constitution, you're going to want a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, my law firm, the Eagle Team, can help. If you've gotten in a car crash, suffered a data breach, especially if you got one of those data breach letters saying that your information might have been leaked, or dealing with a workers' comp or social security issue, we can represent you or help find you the right attorney. By the way, we don't get paid unless you do, so there's nothing up front. So just click on the link in the description or call the phone number on screen for a free consultation with my team. Because you don't need a legal team, you need the Eagle Team. President Trump served 1 term from 2017 to 2021. He is now, at the time of this video, 1/12 of his way through his 2nd term, which started in 2025 and will probably end in 2029. I say probably because, you know, anything can happen. Just ask the French.
We have almost 4 years to go. And that's a long time. But despite that, so many people are saying, you've got to run again.
But Trump is right. 4 years is a long time. So why does he think he has a right to a third term? Well, because some lawyers took a look at the text of the 22nd Amendment, and they decided that they found a loophole. The 22nd Amendment says, quote, no person shall be elected to the office of president more than twice. These lawyers claim the word elected is ambiguous. And since the amendment doesn't say anything about serving a third term, then a person could serve more than 2 terms as long as they don't become the president through an election. Law professors Bruce Peabody and Grant Scott are the main proponents of this theory. They say, quote, notably, the text of the amendment restricts only re-election of an already twice elected president. The words themselves do not, 1, limit the amount of time consecutively or cumulatively a person may serve, or 2, prescribe such a person from reassuming the office of president by means other than election. But how would a person assume the presidency without being elected? Well, consider Gerald Ford. President Nixon appointed Ford as vice president after his original VP, Spiro Agnew, resigned. Then when Nixon resigned, Ford became the only person to serve as president without ever having been elected to the office of president or vice president.
The Constitution of the United States. So help me God. So help me God.
So think.
Oh my God. So they're going to have Trump run for vice president alongside some other presidential candidate, and then they're going to make him president. Dude, that is so fucking retarded. Sengoku donated $2. Would it be fair to say that most dudes way overestimate how lean they are? Dudes will claim they're 12% body fat when they're really like 20% from my experience. Yeah. There's probably a few reasons for that. One, a lot of people don't want to admit that they're like 20% body fat. And two, dieting's pretty hard. So after doing something that's very difficult, you may have a tendency to overestimate like how much body fat you lost and underestimate how much body fat you have left. So yeah, but usually people way underestimate how much body fat they have. Thanks for the donation, Sengoku.
Think about how this could theoretically work in 2028. Let's say J.D. Vance runs as president and Kristi Noem is his vice president. And if they win the election, Noem could step down, Vance could appoint Trump as vice president, Vance and Trump could make a deal where Vance would resign and Trump could serve another term despite not being elected. There are other possible routes for a person to become president without appearing on the ballot. For example, Trump could become Speaker of the House either by getting elected to Congress or getting the Republicans to give him the job. And then through resignations, deaths, or impeachments, wind up becoming president for a third term. President Vance could also share power with Vice President Trump, which is a plan they have apparently actually floated. And Professors Peabody and Grant say the Constitution permits these gambits. But in order for a person to be eligible to hold the office of President of the United States, they must meet the following constitutional requirements. First, they must be a natural-born citizen of the United States, as outlined in Article 2, Section 1, Clause 5 of the U.S. Constitution. This means that they must have been born in the U.S. or be born abroad to a U.S. citizen parents under certain conditions. Second, they must be at least 35 years old at the time they assume office. And third, the person must have lived in the United States for at least 14 years. But there are additional qualifications and limitations set forth in the amendments. For example, Section 3 of the 14th Amendment bans insurrectionists from being president. It says, quote, no person shall hold any office, civil or military, under the United States or under any state who, having previously taken an oath to support the Constitution of the United States, shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same, or given aid or comfort to the enemies thereof. So that means a person who has engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the United States is barred from holding public office. Now that's a whole can of worms that came up the summer before the election, and I'm not going to go back into it. But there is also the 12th Amendment ratified in 1803. It changed the process for selecting a vice president. Instead of the loser serving as the winner's VP, it allowed each party to nominate their team for president and vice president. The text says, no person constitutionally ineligible to the office of president shall be eligible to that of vice president of the United States. Now, almost everyone agrees that the text of the 12th Amendment means that no person who is constitutionally ineligible to be president could serve as vice president, meaning that under the plain text of the amendments, Trump could never become the vice president. Now, turning back to the 22nd Amendment, which says that no person can be elected president more than twice, Peabody and Scott argue that the 12th Amendment does not come into play when interpreting the 22nd because the amendment doesn't use the word eligible. That's present only in Article 2 and the 12th Amendment. And there's also an argument about the true meaning of the word eligible, but law professor Eugene Volk scrutinized a historical record and concluded that eligible already carries another meaning, and that meaning is elected. He states, quote, I realize that this is far from perfect evidence. It's 40 years later than the usage, but the earliest law dictionary that I could find that contained the term, Bouvier's 1843, defines eligibility as capacity to be elected. I've seen no evidence that contrary to Bouvier's definition, a person would have been seen in the early 1800s as being eligible to an office when he was legally barred from being elected or appointed to it. And the only question related to whether he could automatically assume it under some succession statute. Moreover, Yale professor Akhil Amar pointed out that Peabody's interpretation of the words ignores the fact that, quote, the words eligible and electable spring from the same Latin root, and the standard dictionaries have long included electable as one of the standard definitions of eligible. See, for example, OED entry on eligible. Given these facts, it would seem that a two-term incumbent is ineligible to the presidency within the meaning of the 12th Amendment, precisely because he is made unelectable to that office by the 22nd, and is thus barred by the 12th from being elected to the vice presidency in the first place. And I think Volk and Amar are correct. If the word eligible also means electable, then the 22nd Amendment would read no person shall be eligible to hold the office of president more than twice. Now, one would think that would be enough to put the argument to bed, but it probably won't, and here's why. This is a classic example of lawyer brain. Now, normally I would mean that as a compliment, but not here. Lawyers are trained to examine every angle of a scenario, and we're taught to analyze the text for evidence to support our arguments. And if the text is not on our side, we look at the legislative history, and if history is not on our side, then we emphasize the facts, because lawyers don't like to give up easily. However, lawyer brain also has a dark side. Just because we can make a convoluted argument doesn't mean that we should make that argument, especially in a situation like this, where we know that the 22nd Amendment was meant to limit a president to 2 terms. So the drafters of the 22nd Amendment did not use the word eligible, but did they really intend to create a loophole that would allow someone to serve a 3rd term despite not being democratically elected? Absolutely not. The people who drafted the amendment were Republicans and conservative Democrats who were outraged that President Roosevelt was elected to a 3rd term in 1940. In 1940, the GOP nominee, Wendell Willkie, ran on the idea that FDR was trying to make himself a king.
And I would also like to debate the question of the assumption by this president in seeking a 3rd term of a greater public confidence than was accorded to our presidential giants, Washington, Jefferson, Jackson, Lincoln, Theodore Roosevelt, and Woodrow Wilson.
And if we could summon the ghost of Willkie right now, I promise you he would not say, yeah, we wanted to prevent the president from being elected to a 3rd term, but we were totally cool with this one weird trick ability to serve a 3rd term by other means. He absolutely would not say that. And Peabody and Grant say they understand that distinguishing between election and service may seem a matter of semantic parsing. It's creative semantic parsing that is contrary to the text and history of the 22nd Amendment. And as much as we would like to believe that the Constitution was written with kind of biblical inerrancy, it wasn't. And constitutional amendments are incredibly important, but that doesn't mean that the people who drafted them were perfectly precise. The legislators who marked up the draft of the 22nd Amendment probably should have used the word eligible, but they certainly didn't intend to create an anti-democratic loophole. But the Constitution can be amended, and those people who think that President Trump should serve a 3rd term should advocate for the repeal of the 22nd Amendment. And even in the 1940s, there were people who didn't think that the amendment was necessary. They argued that the 22nd Amendment restricts the democratic choices of the electorate, and they said that if a president is popular and doing a great job, then voters should have the right to choose that person's leadership for as long as possible. But honestly, I don't know that any of this matters. These scenarios where multiple people resign so that Trump can take the presidency again seem incredibly far-fetched. That doesn't tend to happen. The people are elected to, the highest office in the land only to turn around and give it away to somebody else. depending on what the Supreme Court does with all of Elon Musk's actions, maybe in 2029, Trump would be happy serving as shadow president and avoiding all of the 22nd Amendment rigmarole entirely. But fear not, apparently Donald Trump was distracted enough by the thought of becoming Pope that he said he was not interested in serving a third term, though who knows what the troll-in-chief is going to say next week. But it's particularly interesting to see how the media has covered this. When Trump originally clarified that he wasn't joking about serving a third term, over 560 sources covered it, with about 20% coming from the right, 60% from the center, and 20% from the left. And when you examine the headlines, you start to see some very different frames emerge that shape how readers interpret and understand the events that are unfolding. From the right, the most common themes are to emphasize the existence of a so-called loophole.
Trump is out of his fucking mind, dude. Holy shit.
President Trump be gifted an Air Force One presidential jet from Qatar. A couple of things to start. I am currently in a hotel in Newport, Rhode Island. I'm at a China conference at the Naval War College, meeting a lot of interesting people, including Sal from What's Going On with Shipping, who is way more famous than I am. Although, in fact, I'm tangentially famous because people are like, you know Sal? I go, wow, okay, I guess I'm not as much of a big deal as I thought. But I am flying back from the War College tomorrow with a lot of content gathered. And by the way, if you're flying somewhere, my new novel, The Last Republic, is some pretty good airport reading. Good beach reading,
to
too.
this. Supposedly Dolph Lundgren also has a 160 IQ.
Yeah, well, he's a chemical engineer. The moment you find out that Dolph Lundgren is exponentially more qualified to be called, yeah. BS chemistry, BS chemical engineering, master's chemical engineering. Yeah, Dolph Lundgren is a very smart guy. Sylvester Stallone has some really funny stories. Give me 1 second. Yeah, Sylvester Stallone had some really funny stories about Dolph Lundgren. He's like 6'6" or something, and he's like ridiculously jacked and like super intelligent. He was basically saying he's like what human beings are gonna be like 1,000 years from now. But yeah, you wouldn't expect a guy who is in a lot of, you know, action B movies in Hollywood to be the super smart chemical engineer. Thanks for the donation, nigga.
Niggas see my Twitter but they don't see how I be feeling, so I became a Nazi, yeah. Bitch, I'm the villain, nigga heal Hitler, nigga heal Hitler. They don't understand the things I say on Twitter, nigga heal Hitler.
Yeah, Kanye would say that. Thanks for the donation, Kanye. Will Mage donate $2. I don't see any illegal loophole that will allow Trump to run again. Read the last sentence of the 12th Amendment. I think Trump is just too retarded to read the Constitution or can't read. Well, he has a lot of retarded, insane lawyers who are proposing a lot of dumb legal theories. They kind of did this with the last election, right? So they tried to steal the last election with the fake electorates. That's where all that shit comes from. So he has a bunch of insane whack job lawyers who are willing to test out these legal theories. But yeah, no person constitutionally ineligible to the office of president shall be eligible to that of vice president of the United States. Yeah. Yeah, it seems pretty rock solid. There doesn't seem to be any fucking way in which you can bypass the 12th Amendment. Thanks for the donation, though, Will Mage.
It was number 10 on Amazon's Techno Thriller charts at least a couple of days ago, which was right under Blake Crouch, which is like, how did that happen, right? Audiobook coming out soon. It's basically a speculative novel, alternate history like Man in the High Castle, which imagines the prophet Brigham Young founded the nation of Deseret instead of the state of Utah, and what happens 170 years later when it slams into America. Check it out. So Air Force One isn't just a call sign, it's a symbol of American power and mobility. Since the 1940s, various aircraft have carried U.S. presidents, with the most iconic being VC-25A, a modified Boeing 747-200B introduced in 1990. These really are flying fortresses, and they're equipped with like advanced communication systems, defensive measures, and they can even refuel in midair. And this kind of ensures that the president can operate securely from anywhere in the world. And right now, there's only 2 VC-25, so having a third might not be a bad idea, if only to reduce the stress on the airframe and have another option available for when these planes are being maintained. Now, in 2015, the Air Force selected a Boeing 747-8 to replace this aging VC-25A fleet. So they aimed for delivery in 2024, but the project went off the rails. I mean, there were design changes, which it seems like that's the biggest thing plaguing the military right now. It's why we can't build a freaking frigate, right? They keep having design changes. There were supply chain issues. There's a need for specialized security clearances for the workers. It doesn't matter if you're a $30 an hour employee doing wiring harnesses. You need a security clearance to work on Air Force One. And it's not easy to find people who want to get that security clearance, because there's a lot of people who enjoy smoking marijuana in their off time, right?
How can you eat this stuff, man? I love them. Don't you like these? I told you not to buy it, man. Oh, what'd you do that for, man? I would've ate it. You never know what's in that stuff, man. It could be a dog or something.
And if you smoke marijuana, you can't hold a security clearance. So it's tough to find people who are willing to work on these things in the first place and meet the conditions of the background check to actually work on the jet. Now, as of right now, the first VC-25B isn't expected until 2027, which leaves a gap in this whole presidential fleet modernization plan. So now we kind of enter this Qatari 747, and this is a lavish aircraft featuring bedrooms and lounges and gold accents and all that. And, well, it sounds like a ready-made solution. Transforming it into Air Force One isn't exactly straightforward. You know, the aircraft lacks essential features like secure communications, defensive countermeasures, electromagnetic pulse hardening for nuclear detonations. Now, this aircraft would fly the president around during a nuclear war, and it needs to be shielded against the kind of electromagnetic pulse that would fry the electronics of other jets. And also don't forget that Air Force One has to be able to refuel in midair. So retrofitting a plane that wasn't designed to refuel in midair to refuel in midair could cost a lot of money, and redesigning it really won't be that easy. So accepting this Qatari gift could be a massive, time-consuming, and costly endeavor that might not actually get finished in time to actually serve the current president. Now, just a little touch on the legal side, and I kind of avoid talking about stuff I don't know, but I actually did a little bit of research on this because I didn't know what an emolument was. Right? So the U.S. Constitution's emoluments clause prohibits federal officials from accepting gifts from foreign states without congressional approval. That's pretty understandable, right? You don't want your president just accepting bribes from other states that would put the United States in debt with that other state. And when I actually looked up what an emolument was, I was actually kind of surprised. An emolument is really just a salary or fee from officer employment. All right, and I guess it's just old style language. So while the Trump administration kind of argues that the plane is a gift to the Department of Defense and will eventually be part of the Trump Presidential Library, which there was a model of Air Force One that is at the Reagan Library. There are critics who raise concerns about the potential conflicts of interest. I don't know that much about that. It doesn't seem that great, but I can tell you that the national security risks of bringing on a civilian plane, trying to retrofit it, we don't know if there's any listening devices on that plane. We have to go over it literally inch by inch to the point where this plane might take just as long to retrofit this gifted plane as it would be to finish the planes that we're currently trying to build. So, while I'm not really capable about talking about the legal end of things, from the engineering side, yeah, this is a massive problem, and it might be a great deal to get a free jet and have a third in the fleet for when maintenance is being performed on these other jets. Sometimes there is a cost to free. So while the idea of accepting this luxurious aircraft as a sort of temporary Air Force One sounds like a pretty darn good deal, the practical aspects are really significant, and the job may not get done in time for the president to actually use the plane. All right, I have got to get to the Naval War College. I can't even believe I'm saying that. Hey, if you want to support the channel, go grab The Last Republic or my previous novel, The Wind Machine, or grab
So the Qatar jet is a stupid idea, basically. There's literally no reason whatsoever for Trump to accept it.
The president's birthday, the royal family of Qatar has announced plans to give him, the U.S. government, a super luxury Boeing 747-8 jet. So put up your tray tables and fasten your safety belts, America, because it's time to meet the new Air Force One. Configured for commercial flights, the plane seats 600 passengers, but in its current blinged-out formation, the $400 million palace in the sky features 3 lounges, 2 bedrooms, 9 bathrooms, 5 galleys, a private office, and enough business-class seating to accommodate dozens of guests. Plus, it's got 5 55-inch TV monitors, 4 46-inch monitors, 1 40-inch monitor, and 1 32-inch, because the president...
Kid Boot on Tellers, he's talking to you, nigga.
Since we're talking about it, here's your daily reminder that your inability to comprehend the writing of a series is not an indictment on the skill of the author. Your lack of comprehension says nothing about the ability of the author to write. You have a comprehension issue. The author does not have a writing issue. Like one of my mutuals already said, Kuba has made it abundantly clear that he's not going to spoon feed you every single microgram of information in the series. If you can't pay attention and actually close read the series to pick up on what the author is actually trying to tell you, that is a you problem. And since we're talking about it, here's your daily reminder that your inability to comprehend the writing.
I never said Bleach was a bad manga. I just don't have any interest in watching the anime. It just doesn't seem like it would appeal to me. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
likes to watch a lot of TV. The haters and losers are calling this blatant corruption. The president calls it a gimme.
When they give you a pie.
By the way, that is a huge cop-out. If people don't understand what you're writing, it could be an issue of the reader having comprehensive problems, or it could be an issue with the writer not being able to communicate ideas well. Like, I don't know why you'd assume it's always the fault of the reader.
Rocky 7 official trailer. Rocky returns to the ring to fight Mike Tyson at 78 years old.
You know, life's not about how hard you hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. I've been fighting my whole life. Lost friends, lost family. But one thing I never lost is the fight inside me. They say I'm too old, washed up, that I got nothing left in the tank. But they don't know me. They don't know. One last fight, one last round. No matter what happens, I ain't ever going down without a fight.
I think that was AI. Thanks for the donation, though, Mr. Krabs.
You pick it up and you walk to the next hole and you say, thank you very much.
But even if it's technically possible for this aircraft to become the new Air Force One, and even if accepting it would save taxpayers money, this generous gift from a foreign oil-rich monarchy cannot possibly be legal, right? Well, in a word, no. But the Supreme Court has made it basically impossible for anyone to stop it. Thanks, Chief Justice Roberts. On the eve of Donald Trump's major foreign trip to the Middle East, ABC reported that the Trump administration was preparing to accept a luxury Boeing 747-8 from the Qatari royal family. Apparently, he toured it in February at the Palm Beach airport, and he liked it so much that they just gave it to him out of the goodness of their hearts.
He said, if I can help you, let me do that. And they had a plane, not a new plane at all.
The plan is for the Defense Department to take possession and then retrofit the jet with the security and communication systems required to transport the president and his entourage, but only this president. In January of 2029, before Trump leaves office, the plane will be transferred to the Trump Presidential Library Foundation, which currently doesn't exist.
Oh, that's okay. So he's gonna steal the plane, basically. He's gonna accept this plane for free, and then he's gonna take ownership of the plane and either use it for himself or sell it. That's the idea. And again, chances are he's not even gonna be able to use the plane during his presidency, because it's gonna take so long to actually retrofit the jet.
But that's a problem for another day, as is the matter of what the next president is going to ride around it. Trump tweeted, the fact that the Defense Department is getting a gift free of charge of a 747 aircraft to replace the 40-year-old Air Force One temporarily in a very public and transparent transaction so bothers the crooked Democrats that they insist that we pay top dollar for the plane. Anybody can do that. The Democrats...
Yeah, guess what? If Joe Biden did this, everybody would be throwing a hissy fit.
That's our world-class losers, MAGA. The legal issues here are a lot. But let's start with the logistical ones, because Trump says he'll be flying around on Qatar Force One by the end of the year, and, we have questions. According to the Air Force, the president's plane requires anti-missile countermeasures, including flare and chaff systems, nuclear electromagnetic pulse shielding, radar jammers, encryption systems with multiple layers of redundancy, and a whole bunch of top-secret military technology to operate as a nuclear command center while staying airborne for years, not days, in the event of nuclear war. You can't just bolt that stuff into the Love Blimp and head down to the Lido deck for a cocktail until it's time to rip it out again a couple years later. According to Kevin Buckley, a former Air Force official who oversaw the Air Force One replacement program, the aircraft would need to be torn down and rebuilt from the inside out, including overhauling electrical wiring, avionics, and power systems to install secure presidential communications, self-defense tech, and electromagnetic shielding. As one Defense Department source told the New York Times, we're talking years, not months. There's a reason why it's taken Boeing 9 years and counting to replace the 2 presidential planes the White House agreed to buy in Trump's first term. Boeing agreed to eat the cost overruns, and it's already $2.5 billion in the red on a $3.9 billion contract. That's why Trump was pissed and looking wistfully at the Qatari royals' ride, on top of which this plane is being gifted to us from a country Trump himself blockaded in 2017, accusing it of sponsoring terrorism, despite the fact that Qatar is home to a U.S. military base. That's a country that has every incentive to eavesdrop on the president and his advisors, or do worse. Experts are calling this a security nightmare. Republican Senator Shelley Moore Capito told CNN, I'd be checking for bugs is what I'd be checking for, and even Senator Ted Cruz said this is a bad idea.
I also think that the plane poses significant espionage and surveillance problems, so we'll see how this issue plays out, but I certainly have concerns.
I can't believe you guys made me agree with Ted Cruz. Okay, so this plan seems wildly unfeasible. And since we've already bought the 2 replacement Air Force One planes from Boeing, it's not going to save us any money. In fact, it will cost us hundreds of millions of dollars to retrofit tacky Air One. But this is a law channel, so let's talk about the law. Can the president legally accept a $400 million plane from a foreign country? Article 1, Section 9 of the Constitution says no title of nobility shall be granted by the United States, and no person holding any office of profit or trust under them shall, without the consent of Congress, accept of any present, emolument, office, or title of any kind whatever from any king, prince, or foreign state. It's called the Foreign Emoluments Clause, and we also have a domestic emoluments clause that bars the president from receiving any other emolument from the United States or any state beyond his fixed salary, because the framers of our Constitution were really serious about the president not profiting from his office, and that's why President Jimmy Carter had to give up his family peanut farm, because having a president president get paid for peanuts would have been an ethical scandal. In his first term, Donald Trump at least pretended to divest from his company.
My two sons, who are right here, Don and Eric, are going to be running the company. They are going to be running it in a very professional manner. They're not going to discuss it with me.
But he still held on to his hotels and golf clubs, which became a magnet for companies and foreign governments that hoped to curry favor with the president. As one Asian diplomat told the Washington Post, why wouldn't I stay at his hotel blocks from the White House so I can tell the new president, I love your new hotel? Isn't it rude to come to his city and say, I'm staying at your competitor? Even before he was inaugurated, Saudi Arabia booked 500 nights at the Trump Hotel in D.C. They used the rooms to put up U.S. military veterans so they could lobby Congress against the Justice Against Sponsors of Terrorism Act, which authorized lawsuits by families of September 11th victims against Saudi Arabia. The Trump properties also benefited from a rash of ghost bookings, as foreign governments simply paid for blocks of rooms and never bothered to show up. All of this clearly violated the Foreign Emoluments Clause, and state governments filling Trump's pockets by conducting official business at his clubs violated the Domestic Emoluments Clause. The only question was who had the power to do something about it. During the first Trump term, there were 3 main Emoluments Clause cases. Competitors claiming they lost business because local and foreign tourists patronized Trump.
Dude, this is like, it's just everything is so bad with Trump. It's crazy how America voted for him.
Properties rather than theirs filed suit in New York and Maryland. And over 200 members of Congress sued, saying that Trump had usurped their authority to grant or withhold consent to a foreign emolument. Because remember, the Constitution says the president cannot accept gifts without the consent of the Congress. That case was filed in 2017 when Democrats did not have a majority in either house of Congress. So they could only sue in their individual capacities, and the D.C. Circuit said that they didn't have standing to sue as individual senators and representatives. Remember, standing is the right to come into court and vindicate some injury. And we don't know how that case would have come out if it was brought by the whole House of Representatives itself when the Democrats took it back in 2018. And look, maybe the Democrats will take back the House in 2026 and file a suit over the Qatari boondoggle. But the other 2 cases from Trump's first term give us a pretty good idea of how the Supreme Court would deal with it if they did. In those cases filed in New York and Maryland, the appeals courts, that is the Second and Fourth Circuits, found that the plaintiffs did have standing to sue because Trump was taking all those illegal emoluments and eating into their business. But thanks to Trump's stalling, by the time it got up to the Supreme Court, it was already the end of 2020, and Trump had lost the election to Joe Biden. So in December of 2020, Trump's Solicitor General Jeffrey Wall explicitly asked the Supreme Court to just run out the clock until Trump was out of office and then disappear the Second and Fourth Circuit decisions as moot. The technical term for this judicial 3-step dance is a GVR, which stands for grant, vacated, and remand. Wall asked them to sit on Trump's petition to overturn the appeals court rulings until after Biden was inaugurated, then grant the petition and vacate the lower court rulings, essentially wiping away the Second and Fourth Circuit opinions, saying that Trump's competitors had standing to sue. And then the court could remand the cases to the lower courts with instructions to dismiss because they were moot once Trump was out of office. And that's exactly what they did. The Supreme Court's 6 conservative justices made sure there would be no precedent on the books that the president could be sued over the Emoluments Clause, which suggests that if the Democrats did take back one of the chambers of Congress in 2026, the Supreme Court would just let that case drag out until it was moot in 2029. Thanks again, Chief Justice Roberts.
Thank you again. Thank you again. Don't forget.
Between the emoluments cases and the immunity decision, the Supreme Court has signaled loud and clear that they're not going to hold the president to account. And so, this time around, Trump didn't even bother pretending to separate himself from his family business or claim that he wasn't going to do any foreign deals. His family already made $2.9 billion in just 3 months by trading in crypto coins. They just inked deals to build a hotel tower in Saudi Arabia and a luxury golf resort in Qatar. And by sheer coincidence, the U.S. just greenlit a $142 billion arms deal with Mohammed bin Salman, the head of the Saudi royal family. And of course, there's the other coincidence of the $400 million Sky Palace. But the Supreme Court has said that doesn't count as an emolument, or at least there's no one with the ability to do anything about it unless Congress decides to impeach the president. But could it be a bribe? Trump doing business with the Gulf states while accepting gifts from their leaders certainly has the whiff of bribery. Lucky for him, the Supreme Court has steadily narrowed the definition of public corruption, particularly 18 U.S.C. Section 201, that's federal bribery, and related statutes like the Honest Services Fraud provision, that's 18 U.S.C. Section 1346, and the gratuity statute. In a 2016 case called McDonald v. United States, the Supreme Court overturned the conviction of former Virginia Governor Bob McDonnell for honest services fraud. Essentially, that statute makes it a crime for public officials to steal the honest services they owe to their constituents by abusing their office. In this case, McDonnell accepted over $175,000 in gifts and loans from a guy named Jimmy Williams, who was hawking a dietary supplement called Anadablock. And if that sounds like the plot of a Simpsons episode, wait till you find out what was in it.
Tastes like cigarette butts.
Who gets tobacco? Ding, ding, ding. Anyway, Williams really wanted state research grants to study Anadablock, but McDonnell didn't explicitly make that part happen. Instead, he just introduced Williams around the Capitol and said what a great guy he was and conspicuously downed Anadablock pills during meetings with regulators and the like. And the Supreme Court said that there was no official act that McDonnell traded for all the cash that Williams gave him, so the conviction got tossed. The McDonnell decision really took the teeth out of the honest services fraud statute to the point that the DOJ didn't even bother charging New York Mayor Eric Adams under it when he got caught doing favors for the Turkish government. Then, in 2024, the Roberts Court similarly narrowed the federal gratuity statute, which is 18 U.S.C. Section 666. In that case, the defendant, James Snyder, was the mayor of Portage, Indiana. He steered more than $1 million in city contracts to a local truck dealership, which later gave him $13,000 as a token of appreciation. In a 6-3 ruling, the majority held that the law does not criminalize after-the-fact gifts to state and local officials unless there's an explicit quid pro quo at the time of payment. Justice Kavanaugh wrote the majority opinion, and as frankly bizarre. He said gratuities are typically payments made to an official after an official act as a token of appreciation. Some gratuities can be problematic, others are commonplace and might be innocuous. A family gives a holiday tip to the mail carrier. Parents send an end-of-year gift basket to their child's public school teacher. A college dean gives a college sweatshirt to a city council member who comes to speak in an event. A state legislator's neighbor drops off a bottle of wine to congratulate her for her work on a new law. So if you can give an apple to the teacher to say thanks, it's fine for a trucking company to give $13,000 in cash to the mayor of Portage, and it's fine for the Qatari royal family to give a $400 million jet to Donald Trump, just as long as the tip comes after the service or isn't directly connected to an official act. Oh, and while we're thanking the Supreme Court, we can add the immunity decision that the court's conservatives used to disappear the election interference case against Donald Trump in 2024. In that ruling, they said that the president could never be charged with an official act, and no evidence.
I'm getting poop cramps in my feet. I think I might have to poop soon. Does anybody else get that? Do you get like weird cramps in your feet when you have to poop? Is cardio on an exercise bike less effective than a bicycle ride? Technically speaking, no, as long as the overall watt output is the same. So it entirely depends on how hard you ride each bike. Practically speaking, from personal experience and from just anecdotal experience working with clients, doing cardio in real life, so riding a bike, rollerblading, jogging around a track or a field or something, that seems to burn more calories compared to using exercise machines. And that's probably due to a number of factors just leading to higher work output when you do real life cardio. So when you're on a bicycle and you're riding like on a bicycle path in real life, you have a perceived speed at which you're traveling at. So even if you're pedaling, say, fairly hard, let's say wind is coming up against you, or if you're going up a hill and you are actually pedaling fairly hard, because you have a perception of speed that's very slow, you're motivated to actually pedal even harder. So over the course of a bike ride, you're probably going to burn more energy because you just end up pedaling harder due to the perceived sense of speed when you're riding a real life bike. Versus if you're on an exercise bike, you don't have any kind of perception of speed. You only have a subjective perception of power output. So if it feels like you're pedaling hard, even if you're not pedaling hard just because you're tired, you're going to end up burning less calories than you would if you're just riding a bike in real life, because regardless of the perception of effort, you're probably going to pedal harder anyway because of the perceived speed at which you're traveling. You tend to want to go faster. Same with like running. If you're on a treadmill, you don't really have any perception of speed, but in real life you have a perception of speed, so you're probably going to run harder. Or if you're rollerblading, like if you're rollerblading slow, you're going to be like, oh, I'm going slow, and you're going to want to go faster. So I know with myself and working with clients, if I do cardio in real life, I do tend to lose weight faster doing real life cardio because I'm actually just doing cardio harder. But yeah, like conceptually speaking, as long as you can match the actual output, they're going to be equivalent, but that's not usually how things work out, practically speaking.
Can we react to these Jesse Lee Peterson ments? Only 5 minutes. Very funny.
Yeah, we can do that. Let's just watch that next. Thanks for the donation, nigga.
of official act could be used as evidence against him for any other crime. Justice Amy Coney Barrett pointed out that this would make it functionally impossible to charge the president with bribery, since anything he did would be an official act and inadmissible in court. Here, the very acceptance of the gift as head of state is probably an official act, and so this Supreme Court would probably exclude it from any future bribery prosecution. I mean, at this point, you could
Dude, the Supreme Court is so fucked.
basically just leave it above my head permanently. The Trump administration has a variety of answers to its critics.
Of course, any donation to this government is
I hate this chick.
always done in full compliance with the law.
Do you worry that if they give us something like this, they want something in return?
Absolutely not, because they know President Trump and they know he only works with the interests of the American public in mind.
Okay, Caroline.
Yeah, sure.
ABC
How are those tariffs working out?
reports that Attorney General Pam Bondi says the gift of this plane from the Qatari government does not violate the Emoluments Clause because it's not going to Trump personally.
It's so ridiculous too, because in order to retrofit the plane, it's going to cost more taxpayer money. So why would you do it? There's no point.
Going to the government, or at least for a couple of years. She also says that it's perfectly fine to condition this gift on the U.S. government.
Why are you eating tofu instead of seitan? It's just easier. With seitan, I have to actually make it. With tofu, I don't have to make it. I can just cook it. So it's just easier, more efficient.
Transferring the plane to the Trump Presidential Library Foundation on January 1, 2029. In fact, the agreement calls for the U.S. government to foot the bill to strip out all the military hardware and transfer the plane to the charity. And in another amazing coincidence, before she became the nation's chief law enforcement officer, Pam Bondi worked as a lobbyist for the Qatari government, which paid her $115,000 a month for her service.
Oh. Dude, what the fuck? The Trump administration is so fucking corrupt.
White House counsel David Warrington, a former
Oh
lawyer
my
for the Trump
God.
campaign, agrees that this deal is totally kosher. They also point to the fact that the Ronald Reagan Library houses an old version of Air Force One, which it has turned into an exhibit open to the public. But a decommissioned plane at the end of its useful life is a far cry from a modern plane which was recently renovated at a massive cost to the American taxpayer. And Trump is saying that he won't be flying on that plane after he leaves office, but he's been awful quiet about just what he intends his charity to do with a jumbo jet.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the president is yelling online that only a fool would turn down this wonderful gift from a country that wants to reward us for a job well done. Great. America is now hustling for tips, or at least the guy in charge is. Now, if it feels
Pretty sure tempeh is not any higher in protein, and it's not as good for you as tofu.
overwhelming that the president can just engage in open corruption when not 2 days prior his administration arrested the mayor of Newark on dubious charges, that's because it's supposed to feel overwhelming. And that's not just my speculation. You can hear it yourself from Trump's former chief strategist, Steve Bannon.
The opposition party is the media. And the media can only, because they're dumb and they're lazy, they can only focus on one thing at a time. I said, all we have to do is flood the zone. Every day we hit them with 3 things. They'll bite on one and we'll get all of our stuff done. Bang, bang, bang. These guys will never be able to recover.
That interview was in 2019, and they've had a lot of time since then to practice that grift. So while Trump is tweeting about his intention to openly violate the Constitution, the guy he appointed to run the Department of Health and Human Services, RFK Jr., you remember him, is hard at work in the background. Kennedy has already gutted the National Firefighter Cancer Registry, the Firefighter Fatality Investigation and Prevention Program, the Health Hazard Evaluation Program, the Respirator Approval Program, and the Coal Workers Health Surveillance Program, just to name a few. That's all a part of Kennedy's larger initiative called Make America Healthy Again, which is just a Trumpian way of saying that he's hell-bent on shifting the country's medical focus to pseudoscience. And that includes going after his ultimate nemesis, life-saving vaccines for children. I made an in-depth video on all of that, but we can't show it on YouTube without getting demonetized. Advertisers get a little jumpy when you start talking about dead children. But you can watch it and so much more by signing up with the sponsor of today's video.
That is so fucked. I can't wait for Trump to leave office, dude. This guy's cancer.
That black people played a significant role. Do you not think that African Americans played a significant role in building this country?
No.
How could you? Oh, okay. All right. Well, do you think white people are better than black people? Let's just get right to it. Do you think white people are better than black people?
Better in the sense that...
What, better in what sense?
I'm about to tell you. Is that they create and black people destroy.
I'm still in awe that you are like a real person who genuinely has this perspective. I thought this was just like Uncle Ruckus in the Boondocks.
No,
Like I
this is
thought
real.
this wasn't like a real fucking person.
He has a, he's sexually attracted to white men. He's gay. He accidentally shared gay porn. This has something to do with his, like, weird sex fetish with white men.
Would you rather be the first in line out of 1,000 to fight the gorilla, or the last in line out of 1,000 to have sex with Bella Ramsey?
I'd rather fight the gorilla. Probably by the 1,000th fight, the gorilla would be pretty tired. And Bella Ramsey is pretty ugly. I think I'd rather have sex with a gorilla than Bella Ramsey. Thanks for the donation, nigga.
It's 2018 in America. Does racism exist?
Absolutely not. and it has never existed.
Whoa!
Give a white man a pile of bricks and he'll build a city. Give a black man a city and he'll build a pile of bricks.
That is so true. So how would blacks get in there?
Well, once they're already there.
God.
How would they get in, though, if it went for affirmative action?
By being smart.
No.
Yes.
Black people are not smart.
Do you hire black people?
I would, but I don't want to.
But you do?
Not anymore.
Okay.
It's a headache, believe me. What happened to black people? Why are they so screwed up? And not all, but most. They're not smart. They don't create. They destroy. And you have this black air traffic controller.
Dude, he's
the
so
pilot,
insane.
air traffic control about to land. So they say, Mr. Pilot, come in on landing row 1. And then he get ready to land.
Right.
And then here's another plane landing. And like, no. Air traffic control, that's the wrong one. And this is black person that didn't pass the test. Oh, Lord, that was a mistake. I ain't mean to tell you, land. Go on 2.
Call the Panthers. Take care of him.
Dude, he's so insane.
Wouldn't that be a mess? I went to a graduation at one of the major schools in the country, and I told the blacks, I don't believe you guys graduated because you earned it. I believe you got in and graduated because you were black.
Well,
and if you notice,
you're combining getting in with
black
graduating.
men and women, they have to lower the scales to let them in. Even your SAT score doesn't have to be as high as normal people. And when you get into school, you don't.
Yeah, earlier there you said blacks don't have to do the same as normal people.
Right.
Black people are normal people.
No. What normal?
There's nothing special.
They beg
about
and they
black
blame
people.
and they complain and they get angry. They can't handle criticism. They're on an ego trip. The average people are not like that. I would go as far as to say all cultures in America hate black people or resist them because of the way they are. It's not working well for them at all.
We have a lot in common. We both have lived in Gary, Indiana. Now, what was your stay like in Gary?
It was good until they elected the first black mayor.
Wow.
All hell broke loose.
What do you think about our first black president?
Man, again, the worst of the worst of the worst of the worst. The fallen Messiah, Barack Obama, how he failed this country so desperately.
Dude, Jesse Lee Peterson is so fucking unhinged. Imagine if he was white saying this, he would have gotten banned from YouTube long ago.
First of all, your impression of the Great White Hope. This is the first year of him being elected. Most blacks today, as I mentioned, most blacks today, unlike the days when I was growing up, are mentally ill. They're mentally retarded.
Did you? I just want to be clear. You said most black folks. You said most.
Right. Not all,
some.
not all.
Not
not
some.
all. Right,
you said most black folks are mentally ill or retarded.
Yes.
Okay.
Here's another example of black people destroying something that's good. Everything they touch turn to ghetto.
Thoughts on Sambo the martial art, compared to judo and jiu-jitsu?
Well, Sambo is basically just judo and kickboxing mixed together. It's good. So if you can only go to one martial arts class, Sambo would probably be the best. Thanks for the donation, Fuyu.
I'm so far right that I made the alt-right look good.
Well, I mean, I doubt you're a Nazi, but okay.
Might be. Just like Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter was founded by a bunch of black lesbians and black homosexuals. And Black Lives Matter are worse than the KKK.
Just so everybody knows real quick, I was a Grand Cyclops of the Ku Klux Klan here in Texas. Hey, Jesse, I mean, you can be an honorary member for us. We'll send you a black robe and everything, you know, 'cause you are like, you are a god to us now. I'll tell you, not a literal god, a figurative. We look up to you. We think you're a great guy.
Jesus fucking Christ, bro. Well, yeah, that's Jesse. He's kind of a... Dude, Uncle Tom doesn't even... Yeah, Uncle Ruckus. He's literally Uncle Ruckus. Alright, I'm just gonna go take a piss, take a shit, and I'll be right back. Oh. Alright, that was a really good poop. Didn't even have to wipe all that much. Just a nice, smooth, solid poop that came out nice and clean. Oh, that's good. That's real good. Dodo, donate $2 females. Let me see.
Congratulations, you did it. We're on day 30 of our 30 Days of Action for Palestine challenge, which means today is the very last day. You took action for Palestine for a month straight.
Apparently, posting videos to social media means you're taking action. Right.
And today we're asking that you keep the momentum going. Even if you only took half of the actions that we did this month, there must have been one that really resonated with you, whether it's thanking Palestinian journalists or even just talking to people about Palestine. Pick 2 to 3 actions that you feel are sustainable and keep doing them. If you need some ideas on how to keep the momentum going, you can always redo this challenge again, or you can pick some of the actions that really resonate with you and redo those. You can also go to codepink.org/Palestine and take any of those actions that you see there. I recommend you sign the petition to Sv3rige since we'll be delivering that on Nakba Day. But once you do that, you'll be added to the Palestine list, and I will personally email you every single week with actions you can take for Palestine beyond your screen. I also have one more really great opportunity for you guys, and that is our summer school that will be launching on June 2nd. If you go to codepink.org/summer enroll, you can sign up to be a part of that. There are a ton of options for you to choose if you want to keep.
Oh, hey, Gum Gum. Look who I got. Got a big Gum Gum. Oh. How's my little baby? Yeah, you want to cuddle? Oh, that's a good cuddly kitty. Yeah, I love my little cuddle buddy. Oh. I love you so much, Gum Gum. You know, you're such a good boy. Yeah, you're such a good boy. Oh, I love my cuddle cat. Oh my god. You are so sweet and so beautiful. Oh, I love you. Oh, it's so nice having a kitty. Oh my god. I love you so goddamn much. Oh, what a good baby. You're just a sweetie pie, you know that? Yeah, you're just a little sweetie. Oh. What a good baby. Oh, so nice. Gum Gum is such a good kitty. I love how he sleeps in bed with me. We go to bed at the same time, and we cuddle together while we're sleeping.
Keep taking action for Palestine, so make a couple goals, write them on a note, take a photo of it, or record a video of your goals and post it to social media, hashtag it with 30 Days for Palestine, and tag Code Pink Alert so that we can see it and to encourage your friends to join.
Dude, what a bunch of fucking losers. I love how they say that's taking action. Make America healthy again. Phase out petroleum-based dyes from national food supply. Voluntarily eliminating synthetic dyes. What? Like, buddy, they're a fucking burger joint. What synthetic dyes? They're frying fucking French fries and burgers. Like, it's such a joke. Gain of function research, here we go. Do you still love the cats that live in Palestine? Well, of course.
We've also proposed a methodology for regulating and for determining what is dangerous gain of function and what is legitimate scientific investigation, and how to bring the public into that debate, which I think, as you point out, is absolutely critical. That is where we messed up last time. And as you know, We have some of the Democrats here who are, talking about the great science from NIH, but now we have major agencies, intelligence agencies, the CIA, the FBI, the DOE, and the State Department have all agreed that NIH research almost certainly led to the pandemic, the COVID pandemic. So that's not the kind of the result that we should be allowing or enabling, and we're going to end that now.
Well, that's probably not a good thing. Frankie's gonna have a field day with this one.
Hi, it's Secretary Kennedy here to talk about the 10-to-1 deregulatory agenda that President Trump has directed us through an executive order to implement here at HHS. I want to talk about what it is and why it's important and how you can participate. First, let me say a little bit about what deregulation actually means. When past administrations talked about deregulating the healthcare system, it usually meant removing barriers to unfettered corporate profit-taking. Today, the terrible deterioration in America's public health has forced us to recognize that many of these regulations never accomplished that job of controlling corporate power and protecting our health. Instead, they stifled innovation and drowned researchers and providers and companies in a sea of paperwork. HHS needs to make sure that our regulatory framework is clear, predictable, and allows providers to focus on preventing and treating chronic disease instead of clearing unnecessary regulatory hurdles. Here's the thing about regulation. Usually it's a much bigger problem for smaller companies and independent providers than it is for the large corporations who can afford to hire entire compliance departments and legions of lawyers. In fact, it's possible that these corporations were responsible for writing a lot of these regulations in the first place. Those rules help the largest companies maintain market monopolies and to keep lower cost and more agile and innovative players off the field. They suppressed innovation and opportunity and resulted in diminished quality and service and much higher costs. So our deregulation drive is actually an opportunity for department-wide reform. We're going to maintain and even strengthen the regulation.
So they're gonna cut funding to social services and let big corporations scam you. That's basically what I'm hearing.
That genuinely protect the public, and will reduce and eliminate regulations that thwart innovation and gum up the system in paperwork. We will especially focus on eliminating regulations that prevent providers from putting patients first. That's our basic approach. But to implement it in detail, we need your help. So we're announcing an RFI. That means a request for information so that external stakeholders like you can weigh in. You can access this process at our online portal, regulations.gov/deregulation, where you can propose and draft an actual deregulatory action. If it's a good idea, we're going to use it. I'm looking forward to seeing what this collaborative process can actually accomplish. Thank you for taking action.
Oh, dude, the Trump administration is just fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Hey. Whoa, new bike? Yes, sir. Just found it on Facebook Marketplace. What do you think? It looks great. We got a ride later. How fast does it go? How fast does it go? I don't know. However fast I can pedal it, I guess. Wait. Are you saying you have to pedal it? Yeah, it's a bike. Right. So when you pedal it, that's just for show, right? There's a couple kilowatts of pedal assist.
What's my favorite Fallout game? I've only played Fallout 3 and 4, and 3 was a much better game than 4. So I'd have to go 3. Oh, Gum. Oh my god. Dude, when Gum cuddles with me, I just want to take a nap and relax and melt. Oh, I love this cat so fucking much. Oh, his tummy is so soft and warm. Oh my god, I love him. You have no idea how much I love you. Oh my god, you're my special kitty. Oh, I love this cat. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, he's such a good cat. Oh my god. Dude. Oh, you're just such a big wungus. You're my little wungus. Dude, the love I have for Gummy is just... There's no limit. I would kill every single fucking scumbag on the planet to save Gummy. I'd murder everyone in chat to save Gum Gum. That's right. I'd create a nuclear holocaust if it meant saving Gum Gum. Oh, I love you so much. You are the best. I love you so much, Gum Gum.
No, you just pedal it like a bike. Oh, so we're talking acoustic. Yeah, if you want to call it that. You still trying to ride later? Later? Yeah, you were just saying we should ride later. No. First we need to figure out this whole pedal situation.
Yeah, I'm on my own. I don't need no one. I don't. Yeah, I'm in my zone.
So believe it or not, I actually love acoustic bikes. This is my beast mode, and I'm gonna put in some work on it. This is why I do electric. That's so much pedaling. I love this bike. It's basically designed for wheelies, but because of that, it has a couple shortcomings for daily riding. For example, it only has one gear, which means it really struggles on any hills or incline. It's got no suspension, so it's really only comfortable to ride on a perfectly flat street. It's only got one brake, which is constantly overheating, and it's not electric, so you have no choice but to pedal. But it is street legal. So in this video, I'm on a mission to build the best street legal e-bike conversion that improves on these shortcomings. To start, I got this used mountain bike, and it's actually super nice. It's a Specialized, and that makes my job a lot easier. It's already got dual suspension, dual hydraulic disc brakes, an SLX 1x12 gear system, and a dropper post, which is so cool. Check this out. Also love the color, kind of matches the other bike. Let's go ahead, take it for a spin. It is so light, I feel like I'm riding.
Eat fat to get fat. If you want to get fat, go on the vegan gains bloat diet. If you want to be lean, eat rice, fruit, sugar, water, no more olive oil, vegan gain.
Nothing.
No. You don't do that. No, 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 no.
I know as a fact that didn't look as big as it felt, but I'm not a mountain biker. I'm trying my best. All right, let's test how this bike wheelies in its acoustic form. It's really not meant for wheelies like the SE bike is. For example, the bars are much lower on this. So it's not as comfortable, I'm assuming, but let's see if it pops. Oh, there we go. Oh, it wheelies. Every bike wheelies. You just need a rear brake. Let's test a quick top speed run here. I'm really gonna pump, come on. Oh, I dropped my phone. You know what? That's not too bad. 18 miles an hour top speed. Now this hill climb is 2 miles away. There's no way I'm pedaling all the way there. This is the move. So you might recognize this hill from almost every video I make. I always hit it.
Nice try.
It on something electric, but today, let's see how the acoustic bike does on it. Oh no. Okay, round two. Let's see it. Oh my god, I'm already tired. I haven't even gotten to the hill yet. Oh. Try three. Let's get it. No! Okay. So, this is pathetic. Yeah! Let's see you guys pop it up. What's up? You guys British?
Yeah.
Whereabouts?
I heard Bella Ramsey was cast as Bobby Hill in the new King of the Hill live-action remake.
I mean, she looks close enough. Especially if she shaves her head. And I can't get over how they cast her for Ellie. It's so fucked. Thanks for the donation, nigga.
Yeah, are you guys just visiting?
You good?
What's up, man? This bike is amazing. It's feather light, the suspension is dialed, the brakes are flawless, and having the gears is a huge improvement over my beast mode. But there's still two shortcomings. It's not electric, and it's dirty. So let's change that.
So first up, I'm using my charged all-purpose cleaner to hit the really grimy spots, and I'm using a soft brush to make sure I don't miss anything. Next, I'm applying my charged waterless wash to clean, polish, and protect my rims before applying my charged tire cleaner directly to the tire. This stuff is so powerful, you want to avoid using it directly on anodized rims. With my charged waterless wash, I'm going over the whole bike for a quick clean and polish before applying a coat of my charged ceramic sealant for long-term protection.
To celebrate my launch of Charged PEV, I'm giving away my 72-volt Sur-On. Every dollar on the website is an entry into the giveaway, and if you try the bundle, you earn a bonus of 500 entries into the giveaway. The link is in the description. Going with a kit. And from my research, by far, the best kits for this come from Psych Motor. They've got everything from 700 to 7,000 watt kits. The kits are light, compact, and powerful. So I reached out to Psych Motor about this project, and they were happy to help. So massive shout out to Psych Motor for supporting this channel. To power the Psych Motor, I need a small battery that fits in the frame. And from my research, my best option came from Bicycle Motor Works. So I also reached out to them, and they were happy to support this project. So massive shout out to Bicycle Motor Works. They make batteries in all shapes and sizes for DIY projects just like this. We've got everything we need. Let's start this conversion.
I had to get a little creative with this setup, but it worked, and it only took me about 1 minute before I realized I need specialty tools to remove the bottom bracket. So I had to take it to my local bike shop. Best $10 I ever spent. Now it's time to throw on the Photon motor, grease up my shaft, and slide it in. Now the crank arms, pedals, chain, throttle, and display. Here's me testing it for the first time.
Whoa! Let's go! I love when it works the first time.
Surprised he didn't get rid of the dork disc.
Removed the screws from the frame, added a layer of foam, and taped on the battery.
The bike looks amazing. It almost doesn't even look electric. And I know that's kind of ridiculous to say because there's a battery taped right in the middle, but the motor, it's so small and well integrated, you hardly notice it. And I would even argue for the battery, it's about as low key as you can get without hiding it in the frame somehow. I chose the Photon motor from Psych Motor because it's their most compact option and because it's 750 watts, which makes this bike entirely street legal. I also chose the Photon motor because it's a mid-drive, which improves off-road performance in every way over a hub drive motor. Besides removing the bottom bracket on this bike, the installation was super easy and their tutorial video is really well made. This 52 volt 12 amp hour battery from Bicycle Motor Works is the perfect size for this project, and the build quality seems super high. There's endless mounting options for this battery. I decided to go with 2 rolls of tape, which turned out surprisingly nice. The Photon motor comes with a display that's very similar to the Egg Rider display you see on upgraded Sur-Ons, and I love these displays. They're small, capable, and it's where you control your power level as well as reading your battery percentage, motor temperature, that kind of stuff. I also went with the optional thumb throttle to minimize my pedaling. Before I take the bike out, I've got something kind of special planned. A couple weeks ago, I was tagged in a post where this kid was building a replica of my Sur-On out of basically cardboard and tape with the goal of making it fully operational. So I reached out to him to say what a great job he's doing, and he said, thanks. Basically, I can't buy a Sur-On, so I thought I would make one myself. And I think that is the best mindset ever, and I want to support that passion. So after getting approval from his dad, I'm on my way to hook him up with some parts. What's up, Ben? Pleasure to meet you in person. That literally looks exactly like my bike. Look at you! No way! That is so impressive that you did that. I had high expectations coming into this, but I'm blown away. A little box of goodies here. Thanks. Okay, the bike is converted. We've got the photon motor, 52-volt battery. I'm gonna turn it on and put it into mode 1. Let's see how this rides. Wow, this is so smooth. All right, I'm going into mode 3. Only throttle. Here we go. Here we go. This is awesome. This is so much better than pedaling. So this is the Sv3rige Motor 750 watt kit, which is actually their lowest power kit, but that's because it's street legal. So this is 700 watts. In my next video, I'm gonna do a 7,000 watt Sv3rige motor build on another bike. And the pedal assist is really nice. And I've never said that. And that's because on most bikes with pedal assist, it's just pedal activated. So you start pedaling and it'll start assisting. Whereas on this, it's torque activated. So if you pedal hard, it'll assist hard. If you pedal soft, it'll assist soft. So it's a really natural tune. I love it. Smokes any other pedal assist bike away that I've tried. It just, you don't notice that it's pedal assist, you just feel super strong. So right now I'm in the highest power mode, but I'm pedaling really soft, so I'm going slowly. But if I start pedaling harder, now it really starts kicking in. You okay?
Yeah.
Oh no! You okay?
Yeah.
You good?
Yeah.
I'm good too. That was kind of cool.
That's hilarious. Oh, that's good.
Whoa. No, I cracked the display. Damn. Oh no, and I popped the rear brake thing off. Unfortunately, that means I can't try any wheelies today, which was really... Oh, he knows what's up. I let him win. Let's say I let him me 3 times at the beginning of this video. It's... In this video,
I want to see the 7,000 watt
giveaway.
build he did.
As a...
See. No. Street legal.
If you're serious about learning, do not skip any part of this video. Everything's important and nothing will be repeated. By the end, you'll know how to wheelie any electric bike you can buy or build. If you'd like to buy or build your own e-bike, I'm giving away $10,000 cash. This giveaway is ending soon and there's never been so few entries, so I've linked it down below. In this video, I'll teach you how to wheelie street legal e-bikes, mini motos, Sur-Ons, 72-volt Sur-Ons, all the way up to full-sized e-motos. Before you ride, do not be embarrassed gearing up. A helmet and gloves are the bare minimum. When I was learning, I was padded head to toe. Boots, knee pads, spine armor. I recommend all of it. That being said, it doesn't hurt to have a cool shirt. I just released these limited edition e-bike wheelie shirts. I linked them down below and they do get you entries into the $10,000 giveaway. Now make sure your brakes are in check. If you cannot lock your rear wheel with one finger on the brake, your bike is not safe to wheelie. Start practicing on grass or with a trainer like this because the pavement is not forgiving. Don't be far from home, do not go alone, and most importantly, have a great attitude. This takes time to learn. You're gonna fall, you're gonna scratch your bike, but this is all just for fun, so have a good attitude. Before wheeling an e-bike, let's cover the basics of wheeling acoustic. This is my 27.5-inch beast mode from SE Bikes. It's got no motor,
one pedal gear, and a right-hand rear brake. The first thing you need to do on this bike and any other bike is put your index finger on the rear brake. This is the one and only golden rule for wheeling any bike. Always have a finger over the brake and remind yourself to use it. Before each wheelie, repeat to yourself, rear brake, rear brake, rear brake. Envision a line from your brain down.
Have you seen the Pantheon Compo bike? Oh. Yeah, this... I mean... You can 3D print it, but it's fucking stupid. I wouldn't bother getting something like that.
On your arm to the tip of your index finger where the rear brake is, and remember to use it. This is the one and only golden rule for any bike. I'll refer to it from here on out as the golden rule. So following the golden rule, we're going to start pedaling up to our power band. This bike only has one gear, just like most e-bikes. The power band is where it's not too hard to pedal, but you still have torque. When you're at speed ready to pop, get out of the seat, leaning your chest over the handlebars. When your dominant pedal, in my case my right pedal, is at its highest point in the stroke, in one fluid motion you're going to want to press down as hard as you can on that dominant pedal, simultaneously pulling back on the bars, throwing your weight back into the seat. Pressing down on that dominant pedal and pulling back on the bars, throwing your weight back, is what lifts the wheel. Make sure to pull both ends of the handlebars evenly, with your head pointing forward and your eyes on the horizon. Straight bars in a forward, upright head position looking at the horizon is crucial for a clean, balanced pop. Not only does a forward, distant gaze help your balance, it also stops your head from dropping. If you drop your head, the whole bike's gonna drop, and that's not what we want. It's gonna feel natural to look down at the handlebars, but force yourself to look ahead and it will become natural. The goal of this pop is to get directly into your balance point with only the one pedal stroke. We've all done this before. Leaning back in a chair until it feels like it's gonna tip. That tipping point is the balance point. You need that first pop to get you up into your balance point. Once you're up there, it's a delicate play between braking and pedaling, dancing around that balance point. You're never really in the balance point. You're always a little below it or a little above it. You pedal harder when the wheel's dropping below the balance point, and you feather the brake when the front wheel's coming above the balance point. On pedal bikes, after you pop, do not stop pedaling. Even if that front wheel is coming up past the balance point and you have to tap the brake, you should still be pedaling, just with less intensity. This is something I wish I had known sooner. Moving up to the P51. This is a 750 watt hub motor, thumb throttle, left-hand rear brake e-bike. Now, most e-bikes have their rear brake on the left-hand side like this, but if you've been learning on a pedal bike, most pedal bikes have the rear brake on the right-hand side. Just know it's super easy to switch between the two as long as we're following the golden rule. This is the only street legal e-bike in this video, and it's also my favorite street legal e-bike, so I've put my discount code for it down below. Go ahead and remove the rear brake sensor. There's usually a little connector near the rear brake, and we're gonna wanna unplug it. Put it into its highest power mode, and following the golden rule with a finger on the brake, we're gonna get up to 10 to 15 miles an hour. On the balls of your feet, with equal pressure on both pedals and the cranks horizontal, stand up out of the seat and in one fluid motion, starting with your chest over the bars, compress down on the forks and down on the pedals, using the immediate rebound to throw your weight back and into the seat. Just like on the pedal bike, we need to pull both sides of the handlebars evenly, with our head pointing forwards and our eyes on the horizon. Popping with the bars straight, with your head pointing forwards and your eyes on the horizon, is crucial. Practice this pop with no throttle. Using only your body weight and the rebound of the suspension, try to get that front wheel off the ground as high as possible. Once you're comfortable lifting the front wheel with only your body weight and the suspension, now add a full blast of throttle to that pop. This pop is crucial. It has to get you immediately into your balance point. With low power, there's low margin for error. That pop has to get you right into your balance point, just like on the pedal bike. For that reason, low-powered e-bikes are the hardest to wheelie. You have to be locked into that balance point. There's very little wiggle room. However, they are the best to learn on because they're the slowest and therefore the safest. That being said, they're just as fun. Once the front wheel's up, it doesn't matter how big or fast your bike is. If the wheel's up, you're having a good time. Once you've popped the front wheel and you're up around your balance point, this is where the dance starts. You're hitting the throttle whenever the wheel starts dropping, and you're feathering the brake whenever you start getting too high. This dance around the balance point is a tricky one, but it's where all the fun happens. We're now stepping up from 750 watts to 11,000 watts. This is my Razor MX500 upgraded with the Electro & Co. Extreme Kit. It's got a mid-drive motor, full twist throttle, and left-hand rear brake. This bike has the lowest balance point of any bike in this video, and for that reason, it's the easiest to wheelie, and it's my favorite to wheelie. Coming with a freewheel in the back, this bike has no regen and no engine braking, so it wheelies a lot more like a pedal bike than a moto, which makes for great one-handers. Hug the bike with your legs. Sticking your knees out looks goofy and you lose control. Although this bike has plenty of power to pop the front wheel with only the throttle, I still use some body weight when I'm popping up. That way I'm not relying entirely on the throttle, which makes the pop more controlled and predictable. You do not need to compress the front forks like you did on the last bike. Just throw your weight back a little bit during the pop so it's not only the throttle lifting the front wheel. You do not need to go crazy with this pop. The balance point is super low on this bike. It's the lowest of any bike in this video. And you can find the balance point by holding that rear brake and messing around like this. Raising your handlebars by a couple inches helps a lot with wheelies, and so do these street wheels. The stock dirt wheels that this bike comes with, I think, are really difficult to wheelie. Just like the other bikes, when that wheel is up, we are dancing around the balance point. If the wheel's dropping, we're hitting the throttle, and if it's going too high, we're tapping the brake. Everything you do is an attempt to adjust yourself closer to your balance point, although you'll never really be there. You're always dancing around it. Now let's wheelie the Sv3rige. This is a Sv3rige X fresh out of the box.
Do pendlay rows help increase the conventional deadlift? Yeah, there is some carryover. It's not a ton of carryover, but there is some carryover. I would say conventional deadlifts help more with increasing your strength on pendlay rows.
It's 6 kilowatts with a mid-drive motor, full twist throttle, and left-hand rear brake. All my tips for the Sv3rige are the same for the Talaria Sting R and the Talaria X. The only difference being that the Talarias let you adjust your regen, which I'll talk about in a second. Step 1, let's get out of granny mode right into sport mode. Following the golden rule, we'll get up to 15 to 20 miles an hour. The amount of throttle you're using to get to 15-20 miles an hour should leave your throttle wrist in the neutral position like this. If your throttle wrist is already like this at 15 to 20 miles per hour, you won't have any wrist mobility to pop the throttle. When you're ready to pop, get out of the seat with your chest over the bars. In one fluid motion, push down on the front forks and down on the pegs, using the rebound to throw your weight directly back and into the seat. At the same time, pull on the bars evenly, keeping them straight, with your head and eyes looking directly ahead at the horizon. This is the most important tip for a clean, controlled pop. To pick the front wheel up, it may seem intuitive to pull the bars up, but really we want to pull the bars back. Just like the P51, practice this pop movement with no throttle, using only your body weight and the suspension rebound to lift the wheel up as high as you can. Once you're comfortable picking up the front wheel with just your body weight in the suspension, then it's time to add a full twist of throttle to the pop.
What exercises carry over best to conventional deadlift? Deadlifts, good mornings, stiff leg deadlifts, and hypers probably.
All times, the only thing you should be focusing on is the golden rule. Have your finger over the brake and be ready to use it. Before every single attempt, repeat in your head, rear brake, rear brake, rear brake, at least 3 times. When you're first learning to pop, you're only gonna get the wheel about halfway up. And to keep it up, you're gonna max out the throttle. That's called a power wheelie or chasing the wheelie. Instead of focusing on how long the wheelie is, focus on how high the wheelie is. If you're using full throttle to keep your wheel up, you're chasing the wheelie. Slow down and focus on getting the wheel as high as possible. The higher up it is, the less throttle it takes to keep it there, and that's what we want. Here's some mistakes I see all the time.
I know he is a dumbass and he is just quoting someone, but this is actually pretty based.
If it's going to play out the way it's going to play out, there will be some good and some bad. Most of it is actually just up to your interpretation. You're born, you have a set of sensory experiences, and then you die. How you choose to interpret those experiences is up to you, and different people interpret them in different ways. Life is going to play.
Yeah. It's all a matter of perspective. I would agree with that. Thanks for the donation, Sky. Is the pause deadlift good as well? It might be. I haven't personally gotten too much benefit with it. If you have weakness, like, below the knee, it might help, but pendlay rows are also going to help with that. So, if you're already doing pendlay rows, you're probably not really going to get much of a benefit from doing pause deadlifts.
Looking down. It's natural to look down at the handlebars when you first pop up, but force yourself to look ahead at the horizon, leaning forward. It's natural to lean forward after you pop, but force yourself to stay in a backwards position where your back is essentially perpendicular to the bike. Keeping your head up with your eyes on the horizon is the best way to stop yourself from leaning forward. Not committing. Do not ask the bike to pop. Tell it to pop. Put your entire body weight into it and use the entire throttle. If you're not committing everything you have into this pop, it is difficult to get the wheel up. Not practicing enough. Do not give up after an hour. Nobody in the history of bike life has learned how to wheelie in an hour. It takes a lot of time and a lot of practice. If you still can't wheelie, it's probably because you're not practicing enough. Dropping your legs. I was a victim of this. I watched every tutorial I could before trying, and I knew when the wheel gets really high, you want to hit the rear brake. But the
Deficit deadlifts are fine. Again, they're just another variation. You probably don't really need to use that variation though to increase your deadlift.
My wheel got up there. Everything I learned went out the window. I did not hit the brake. I dropped my legs. I looped the bike. I got really, really hurt. That's why the golden rule is so important. You need to remind yourself before every single attempt so that you're less likely to forget when you need it the most. Don't drop your feet. What goes up must come down. When you're coming down from a wheelie, make sure your bars are straight and your front wheel is straight. Do not come down at an angle. And the last mistake I see all the time is not hugging the bike with your legs. Not only do you lose control over the bike and you have to hold the grips that much harder, but it also looks ridiculous. Hug the bike with your knees. Now, Supermoto wheels are way easier to wheelie on a Sv3rige than the stock knobby tires. However, the stock knobby tires have the advantage in grass. So start with knobby tires in the grass. Get comfortable with your pop. Then switch to dual sport or Supermoto wheels to practice on the pavement. On the P51, we took out the brake sensor right off the bat, but on the Sv3rige, I would recommend keeping it in. It's better to have the brakes override the throttle any day when you're learning. But once
Trailer from Megan 2.0. A woman must have fucked this up. Apparently it's no longer a horror film. What the fuck is this dumb shit lol?
How do I say goodbye?
I'll admit, there were some bugs in my programming. It's hardly fair to blame me for that.
The fuck?
But one thing hasn't changed. I will do whatever it takes to protect Katie. What the hell is this? You put me in this plastic Teletubby?
Prove you can be trusted, maybe we'll give you an upgrade.
Mrs. Forrester, we have a problem. We're hunting an autonomous android named Amelia. She was built using your design for Megan.
How's this possible? We deleted it.
Apparently you didn't. Nothing in our arsenal can stop her. She's gone.
How did you program deadlifts each week to get to 500? I do sets of 3 at 90% at the beginning of the week, and I do sets of 5 at about 80% at the end of the week. And I just kept adding 5 pounds.
Rogue. Killing anyone who's contributed to her creation.
I think I did it up.
And you and Katie are next.
I know how to stop Amelia. She's getting more powerful. Soon she'll be the most dangerous weapon on the planet. Put me in a body and I'll help you stop her.
You remember what happened last time. You threatened to rip out my tongue and put me in a wheelchair.
I was upset. Look, she wants to help us. Everyone deserves a second chance.
You would like us to rebuild a deranged robot in order to catch another one.
Would you prefer I gave you a printout that you can read at your own pace?
Okay, Megan, time to give you an upgrade. Anything you'd like to add?
I want to be stronger, faster.
Oh my god, they copied Alita Battle Angel.
Hey, so remember the time I strangled you and set the lab on fire? I want you to know that won't happen again.
Thank you so much.
I was
Yeah, they literally copied Alita Battle Angel.
programmed to protect Katie. The only question is, hold on.
Oh my god, that just looks horrible. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Once you get more comfortable, go ahead and remove the brake sensor so you can really dance between the brake and the throttle.
No, I didn't take the sets to failure.
Raising your handlebars by 3 inches and moving your foot pegs to the furthest forward position makes wheeling the Sur-Ron easier. There are a ton of upgrades that make the Sur-Ron better for wheelies, and I'll talk about those in a second. However, the stock Sur-Ron is still perfectly fine for wheelies. I learned how to wheelie on a stock Sur-Ron. It was the first bike I ever wheelied. So try not to blame the bike out of frustration. It's rarely the bike's fault. The only thing about a stock Sur-Ron that could mess up your wheelie is actually the front wheel. When it spins, it creates a gyroscopic effect that helps you balance the wheelie. If your front brake is rubbing and your front wheel stops spinning in the middle of the wheelie, you will notice a huge loss of control. This used to eat me alive. I would feel great at the beginning of my wheelie, but a couple seconds in, I would lose all control, and it's because my front wheel stopped spinning. This is something I never hear people talking about in bike life, but it is a fact. If you keep that front wheel spinning, you will have way more control in the wheelie. Now this is my upgraded 72-volt Sur-Ron, the Ronster. It's 14,000 watts with a stock Sur-Ron motor, domino throttle, and Magura MT5 brakes. I have upgraded every single part of this bike. The only parts that are still Sur-Ron are the frame and the motor. It's powered by the 72 controller like this one. You can tune your regen levels. Regen is how much the engine brakes automatically when you let off the throttle. That braking energy regenerates back into the battery. It's pretty cool. I think it's safest to wheelie with a high regen level. The rear brake on these bikes does overheat and fade over the course of your ride. With a high regen level, you hardly need to use your brake during the wheelie, which decreases the odds of it overheating and fading. However, some of the best Sur-Ron stunters in the world, like Yappa Davis, don't use any regen, so it's totally up to you. Running this much power, the throttle alone can lift your front wheel at almost any speed. But just like the Razor Mini Moto, I still like to put a little bit of body weight into the pop, so I'm not relying entirely on the throttle. This makes the pop more controlled and predictable. Once you're up, it's the exact same dance between brake and air in the throttle. If you do find yourself on a 72-volt Sur-Ron and you're not ready to wheelie it, do a burnout. This is how you do it. Squeeze the front brake, press down on the forks, both feet on the ground in front of the pegs, and mash the throttle. This is my 2002 Yamaha YZ85 that's been restored and converted to electric by Electro & Co. It's running the same power as the Ronster at 14,000 watts. It wheelies the same, so let's summarize. We always follow the golden rule, repeating to ourselves rear brake, rear brake, rear brake before every attempt. In one motion, you hit the throttle and throw your body weight directly back, pulling the bars evenly, with your head facing forward, looking at the horizon. Your pop should get you as close as possible to your balance point, where you dance between braking and throttling. You're never just chilling at the balance point. You're always playing around it with brake and throttle. If you're looking to buy or build your own e-bike, I'm giving away...
Yeah, I want to learn how to wheelie. Oh. Come. Oh, his stripes are so beautiful. I love this fucking cat, dude. Oh, this cat is just the love of my life. You're the best, kitty. Love you so much. All right, I am absolutely fucking wiped. Had some extremely hard training today. Been dieting like a retard all week, and I'm wiped at this point. So I'm gonna have to go take a nap. Go to bed. Pee pee poo poo bum bum and such. But I hope you all had fun. Tomorrow I might do a stream in the afternoon because I don't have to train. So we'll probably do an afternoon stream, play some games and shit, and then do another like evening stream. But hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And a nighty night.